Just gonna wait a bit here. I thought I muted you. There you go. Sorry. Welcome everyone. Okay, 2 watching now. Hello. So we're going to continue with Act 4 today, and then do Un Pueblo de Nada after that. And I'm gonna go ahead and get started, because it might go a bit long. Sorry, it's not the most entertaining live stream, but I'm enjoying the game. Hello, Dark Lord. Context backlash. General wear on the gestural gear mounting apparatus 5A-1 may result in undesirable play between teeth in the context and history state machine gears, causing stuttering, slippage, resetting, skipping. Guess it could be slippage. If left unresolved, gear slop can gradually throw limbs out of alignment, blend motions, and decontextualize gestures. See also sections 1.8, General Troubleshooting, and 5.3, Gesture Context. Gesture Context. 5.3, Gesture Context. All gestures happen in a context. The set of preceding gestures, the overall orientation, and extended variables such as time of day and interior effect gear angles. Maybe I ought to read it back to front. My savior, our friend here is in a bad way. Any insight? Time to put that mammoth out to pasture, Will. Oh, I feel certain she's got a few trips left in her. If only she had a more capable surgeon. Sadly, mechanics are in short supply down here. I think the setting is too romantic. Scares them off. What brings you down to the Echo tonight? Just tagging along. Ah, that doesn't sound like you. We dragged some folks to a show, just returning the favor. I'm sure your new friends appreciate the company. It's no shame to be lonesome. We picked you up at the Bureau tonight. Never seen you that far upriver before. I hope that doesn't mean you've been traveling on the Zero. Yeah, have you been there? The Zero? Oh no, not me. This old river rat steers clear of weird highways. I've been traveling this river for more than half my life, more or less, alone. I think I've seen it change quite a bit in all those years, but I can't say for sure. The water has a peculiar way of making a person forgetful. Some nights I remember a place, but it's full of strange new people, and some nights I meet an old friend on an unfamiliar shore. I wonder which kind of night this is. Oh, we'll find out. I wonder how this will all end when we do finally get to Dogwood Drive. The Mucky Mammoth. How's that cold river spray treating you? Thought I saw you squinting. It's hard water, you know. Hard on the eyes. Still irritates mine a little, and I'm piloting a tugboat through it 6 nights a week. Don't be too shy to close to them in public. Your eyes, I mean. People just assume you're thoughtful. You need tea. So, milk thistle, definitely. Dried reishi. Agrosaiba agarita. Dried spring agaricus. And peppermint. What are all those for? Eye strain. Agroside agarita masks the taste of the rest of it. Peppermint in particular has an eccentric flavor profile. It's mushroom-based. I'm a big believer in the fungal pharmacy. How far are we from Dogwood Drive? The echo is dicey tonight. Bad luck for you. Expect waves and diversions. Dogwood Drive is by the Silo mail stop. But we may need to spend some time on the indirect route before we hit your stop, okay? And there's other business. Mail to drop off, garbage to pick up, and a few favors to execute, all dotted on the riverbanks from here to there. I hope you enjoy the trip on our little mammoth. Take advantage of all the amenities. Fresh air, cozy bunks, hot tea, the video room. There are some pretty interesting tapes down there, actually. Unusual, I mean. Weird. Watch out that VCR doesn't take your hand off, though. It's untrustworthy. What kind of weird tapes? There's one with this woman. She's just like standing there talking, but you can't really hear her, and there's this awful hum. See for yourself, it's down there somewhere. Hey, do me a favor. Go ask Will how the repairs are going and if he needs anything. We're coming up on the next stop here, just refueling and picking up a few things. I could grab a bolt or some wire or something. Whatever he needs. Well, eyes on the road. Okay, I guess I takes me to Will either way. Come on, why is it doing that? She should be automatically going to Will. Oh, we are golden whiskey feathers. Oh! Wet gear. Wet gear? Probably. Who knows? First thing I tried anyway. Down here by this little blue box, I took all the gears out and dried each one by hand. And then I loaded them back in again. That took care of the grinding sound, but her trunk keeps doing that sparking, clanking, weeping thing. To be honest with you, I'm not really qualified for this work. Kate's a friend, you know how it is, don't you? How do you two know each other? So, ever walked through rolling farmland? Sure, along the highway. Along the highway, that's what I mean. Or smaller roads. Well, I sure did. I slipped under or over fences. And I walked barefoot with the seeds when they were just planted, and tilled the earth with my toes. Hey, I should tell you where I left my shoes. Did you know I'm a classically trained organist? Organist. It's true. Look at these long fingers and pedal-gripping toes. Doesn't matter. A minor in French literature earned me a position teaching Artaud Zola after university. Well, some shitty governor cut state funding for our department, and I was demoted to mopping floors, running wiring through walls or in dangerous places. I even operated the soundboard at the student theater. I left my shoes there at the university. It was a protest. Walk without shoes for something important or tragic. I ended up by the shore, and soon I was drifting along the Echo. It ran for a while above ground then. It doesn't anymore. But I prefer subterranean waters anyway. Kate brings me along, and I record what I see and hear. I try to help with maintenance. I drop off the mail and pick up the trash. On occasion, I take the helm. Anyway, that's all I try to remember anymore. I listen to the river stories, and my own stories get fainter and fainter. Well, I'll just keep drying gears, I guess. Hello, Tala. Just started Act 4 here. On the ferry to Dogwood. Ezra runs up to Shannon. Oh, slow down. It's slippery up on deck. Do you have batteries? Yeah, of course. What for? Johnny said I could use his tape recorder, but it needs a battery. Oh, fine. Well... Shannon searches her pockets. Here's 4 different kinds. Surely one of these should fit. Thank you. You got your batteries, small man. Go get you some tape. Now, before I do that... Why not go inside? There's just a whole cast of weirdos. Kitty! Really? You were entranced. You don't remember this? It's okay. We've all seen a lot of concerts. Cyrano opened. His tape machine was broken or something. It got really cosmic. Right, at the flower shop. I remember that show. Sorry, Clara. Well, you have a second chance to hear it tonight. That was fast. Got the batteries. Let's see. Perfect, this one will do. So, you hit this button here to record. Hold it right here so you don't cover the microphone with your hand. I bet you'll find a lot of good sounds just around the tugboat. There's plenty of tape in there, so don't be stingy with it. Just record anything that catches your ear. It really changes the way you listen. For the better, I mean. Are you playing a concert tonight? I could record that. Yeah, Clara came all the way from Lithuania just to do this Echo River gig. It's a tour. Tomorrow I'll be in Nashville, and then Atlanta, and then over to the coast. Brutal. Well, we're lucky she's making a stop. Johnny and I saw her play once, and I remember loving it. And Johnny was moved. Speaking of Cyrano, it's his night at the Rum Colony. Kate said she usually stops off there. Well, that's ideal. I'm supposed to meet a lady there to look at some old engine parts about 3 hours ago. 3 hours ago? 3 hours goes fast at the Rum Colony, ma'am. I bet she's still there. I hope we don't stop there too long. My concert is soon. I don't want to keep them waiting. No, it's river time. Nobody expects you to be punctual. Hey, why don't you give that tape recorder a try? See if that cat over there has anything he wants to say. I often use found sounds in my music. If you find some interesting sounds tonight, you can help me out. Oh, what happened to his hand? You know, it's the strangest thing. Can't remember why I came up here. Neither can I. Damn noisy river. It's just that thing about... what was it? When you walk through a door, you go into the kitchen for something. And as soon as you pass from one room into another, you forget what you wanted. You have to walk back out just to remember. Like you left a part of your brain behind. Hey, I wonder if I could follow that brain crumb trail all the way back to the room I was born in. Conway cranes his neck over the railing. It's cold down there, and dark. You weren't in the cabin long. Get any sleep? I had a weird dream. Yeah, that's when you get the strangest dreams. When you nod off, right? Just kind of dip your toes into sleep, and some weird image floats by and takes a nibble. Shannon leans over the railing and looks at the river below. There's all kinds of trash down here. Could have fallen off the hull back there. I think that kid was playing on the trash barge earlier. Should I be worried? I'm fine. I was talking about Ezra. It's good for him. It's important to know how to be alone. What's up, huh? You look like there's something you want to ask. Fine, you can ask it. One question. Do you really have to go work at hard times? Didn't seem so bad, did it? It's a way to live. I mean, rent a bed, eat at the cafeteria. Not like I have a choice. I guess you're older. I've got to repay my debt. Hell, I should be grateful for the opportunity. If you want to die with any dignity, you've got to settle up. That's why it's such a damn shame when people go sudden. Interesting. Just floating along. I'm sure I talk too much. Everyone on this river does. The problem is that we listen twice as much as that. We're only telling you half of the stories we hear. Kate told me that I ought to have been a photographer. She said, "You have an uncanny way of being here in the place at the time the thing happened there, and that's the hardest part of taking a photograph anyway." Nice of her to say, but it isn't true. Though I know just about every story on this river. Most of them I've picked up second, third, or fourth hand, and so on. Listening, see? Now, I know what you're going to ask, so I'm going to answer it. Yes, I'm sure they're all true. I personally believe a story gets more true as it's tossed around from brain to brain, and the whole community brings their insight to bear on the brittle facts of experience. There are a few Echo River stories I witnessed directly. I saw that Big Owl migration pass through here. You might have heard about that. I was there when the old train station flooded. I saw the ghost of Stephen Bishop threw up a batch of white lightning on a raft. Or anyway, I talked to a few sailors who'd recently crossed paths with him, and I suspect sampled his wares. One night, when I was working on the Mucky Mammoth, we picked up a gaggle of passengers headed down to a mail drop by the silo of Late Reflections. I knew a couple of them in passing, a pair of traveling musicians whom I often encountered on the river. The others were strangers to me at the time. A young woman, a small boy, and an old man whose name I didn't catch. Oh, and a smelly old dog. We docked at a gas station, so the Mammoth could refuel. Ezra stayed on the tugboat and looked around the map room. Ezra followed Junebug and Johnny into the gas station. We cut it close. I usually find this place upriver. Everybody's on the lake tonight. The gas station moves around. Sure, it's not anchored or anything. Could be anywhere up and down the Echo. You just kind of run into it when you need it, or hopefully a little before you need it. I usually stop here once a night. Though, to be honest, I'm not sure it's even the same one. Doesn't have a name or anything, and I never really pay attention to who's behind the counter. Anyway, it's nice to see you two. Most of my regular passengers must have gotten held up elsewhere in their journey tonight. It's that storm, I think. Watching Ezra sprint past. Look at him go. That kid has a lot of energy. It's gotta be past his bedtime or something, right? I don't think he has a bedtime. He's a maverick. Sounds familiar. You don't have any of your own, I mean. No, I guess not. I just realized, you two come through here so often. We chat about all kinds of stuff, but I never thought to ask. About family. We're all the family we need. That's sweet. So, how about that storm upstairs? Did you two get caught in it? I heard it kind of roamed around, uncertain. I'm sure we'll hear all about it tomorrow. Flooding, property damage. Probably killed a few tomatoes. It's got the river churning and everyone headed to the lake here, where the water's calmer. I myself don't mind navigating a choppy river. Not at all. Got a good feel for it. Plus, it's better for fungal growth. High water consumes the cave moths, and their wet wings clump together into these little bells of nutrient-dense mushroom food, jammed by current here and there between the rocks. You've never seen a mushroom grow like on a soggy cave moth carcass. Amazing. If I could get a day off, Val and I would be out there all day tomorrow to harvest. I mean it, they'll be ready by tomorrow. A mushroom will grow just as fast as you can pump water into it. Hey, are you two headed out this way tomorrow? Maybe I could send Val ashore with you for a few hours. She's got a remarkable nose for mushrooms. You wouldn't even need to know what to look for. Put a bag around her neck and she'll just bring them back to you. Yeah. No room on the bike for a dog cricket. She could curl up in the sidecar. I'll sit on my legs. Silence. So, I should get back aboard. No rush, I just want to brew some tea before we get underway. Headed into the station? Thought I'd grab some black coffee for the old man. He's looking a bit waterlogged. Sure, don't want him falling asleep on you. No, he'll be alright. He seems like the type who can hold his liquor. Seems like he has a little experience, I mean. Hey, while you're in there, could you remind the gas station attendant this fuel is on my tab? Charged to the Mucky Mammoth. Oh, and Will wanted a scratch ticket. Thanks. I think I'll just watch the lake for a bit, ma'am. Looking for crystals? Why do you assume I'm looking for crystals? We've got them on sale. All kinds of folks come in here looking for crystals. There's a few over there with milky white shocks through the middle, like you caught a piece of a cloud. People seem to like those a lot. Yep. Popular crystals. You work on the Mammoth. I can add it to your tab. Oh, you know the tugboat? The Captain Kate said I'd have to remind you. Sure, they're here every night. It's okay. I have one of those faces. Forgettable. Hello, Killian Loverose. Hi, everyone who is watching. Does it bother you? I've learned to cherish it. There's dignity in being forgotten, letting the crowd flow around you unspoiled. I used to live in a city. I mean a real city. Cleveland, Ohio. I had some family money then, and I didn't have to work. I lived in hotels. In daylight, I walked wherever the people were. My only duty was to the crowd. I was its observer, its historian, its detective, its poet. Well, the money ran out, and I dispersed with the rest of them. I took my duties with me here, to Lake Lethe, and the Echo River. I live behind this counter, anonymous, invisible, but I live with dignity. Lethe, that's a river in Hades, where if you were to bathe in it, you would forget everything. And yourself? Sure, something like that. I enjoy the company of strangers. They enjoy the company too, as fleeting as it is, sufficient unto itself. We keep all the crystals on that shelf over there. Buy one, get one free, of equal or lesser symmetry. Norm! Shit, that floodwater washed you halfway up out to sea. I was looking for you down by New Königsberg. Same as usual, but ain't nobody there. The river's deep as an elephant's. Oh, didn't see you there, ma'am. Pardon my language. Where are you headed? Well, in fact, I'm headed right here. Glad to have found it at last. Extending his hand warmly. Expect you must be Loretta. Enchanted to meet you. Sorry I'm late. Hey, is that coming on too flowery or something? Enchanted? Repeating it now, I feel a little silly. I'm not Loretta, but I think you'll do fine with Enchanted. Well, thanks for saying so. But now I'm double embarrassed. Do I look like her? To be truthful, I couldn't tell you. I met Loretta on the computer. We met each other there, I mean. Or I guess we spoke through the computer and agreed to meet. I don't know the terminology. I haven't dated in quite a while. Back when I met Greta, that's my wife, excuse me, my ex. Or maybe I am her ex. I don't know how to say it. Anyway, back then, there wasn't even such a thing as computers at all. I mean, I guess there probably was, but I never heard of one. I worked in textiles. So, here I am. So what's your plan when Loretta shows up? Oh, maybe head down to the rum colony. Shoot, I forgot to ask if she likes to drink. You really never know these days. I guess first I'd ask her about that. If she doesn't like rum, I'd maybe try to take her by the Bat Sanctuary. That's pretty romantic in a sense. I mean, like misty valleys and ruined churches romantic. Not like flowers and chocolates romantic. Of course, they've got that memorial there. That's a little depressing, actually. Maybe we'd kind of sail around that. Damn it all, I guess I probably missed her. I wonder if she'll agree to meet me again. I'm sure she'll understand, with the weather and all. Nice of you to say so. Well, I guess I'll head on back. Hey, supposing Loretta doesn't want to see me after all. I'm out of your league. I won't argue with that. Actually, I want to ask you for some advice. I had to type up a sort of autobiography for the computer date, and I spent a lot of time on it, but I only got one reply, and that was Loretta herself. I was happy to meet her, but supposing she's lost interest now, do you think you could maybe give me some feedback? It's only a paragraph or so. I have it all memorized. It's been so damn long writing it. Okay, here's how it goes. I'm a good-natured man, retired, and spend most of my time sailing the Echo River, riding currents of subterranean gas and that strange invisible wind that moans out of the small tunnels along the bank. Seeking a companion to map the river with me. I have 2 grown children, but they live far away. No goofballs. Okay, what do you think? What was that about goofballs? I mean, like, serious inquiries only. You might miss out on some really great goofballs. You may be right about that. Why mention your children? Oh, I figure it'll come up somehow. I don't know how people feel about dating with kids. Like I said, it's been a while. Are you proud? Yeah, sure I am. My son is a school teacher, and my daughter owns a printing press. Good people. Yeah, maybe I just mentioned it there, hoping I'll get asked to brag a little. You'll be fine. Alright, thanks for your help, ma'am. Really renewed my confidence. I'm ready to get back on that computer. You have a good night now. What's left of it, anyway. What do you think of that other dog we've got on board, Val? Blue's a sleepy old hound dog. I know she isn't doing any mushroom hunting, that's for sure. Weird cave fungus growing on soggy moth wings? Sounds kind of romantic, but also kind of gross, right? So, would you like to ride with us for a day? I guess you should miss Kate, even just for a day. No, I guess it's settled anyway. Nice to think about, though. I know we're pretty much done here, come on. I don't know what else to do. The crystals are rough, dirty. Some are damp. They must have come out of the river. Johnny seemed distant. Traveling with all these people might be like sensory overload for him. Junebug tries to scrape some green algae off a larger specimen, examining it for the kind of cloudy inner formation the attendant said was so popular. What would it be like to travel with one more? You. And a few numbers are woven through the algae. Even supposing it was possible to take another passenger long term. It may be best just to ask him what's on his mind. This isn't algae at all. It's a decayed plastic bag caught on the rock. What's that? It's a crystal. I bought it for you. Wow, thank you, ma'am. Hey, hold on to it for a minute. I'm going to look around inside. Wish me luck. Good luck. Did my Johnny talk your ear off out here? I suspect there's some things he can only say to animals. I'd like to think he could say anything to me. Where did these crystals come from? There used to be a young man who came by here and traded them for gas. He's a diver. I guess he found them diving. Haven't seen him in a while, though. That right there could be the last of them. To be honest, our whole inventory is pretty low right now. There's a delivery boat that usually swings by earlier in the night, but I guess something came up. Where are you headed? Helping some new friends make a delivery, or along for the ride anyway. Well, even if you're not doing the heavy lifting, or navigating, or whatever, a passenger contributes to a journey too. I never travel, but I do love travelers. That's what I like about this job. The travelers come to me. Meet some interesting people? I wouldn't say I meet them, but I do sell them gas. Well, let me know if I can help you find anything. Ow. What's up, Al? Glory, it is good to be among friends. Suit yourself. What are you so excited about? I can't help it. Every time I step out onto that boat alone, I think this could be the very last time. And then every time I come ashore, come back among people, I think, Glory, it is good to be among friends. Helps to keep things in perspective, I guess. It's a ritual of remembrance for me. Tonight, particularly so. It's my birthday. I'm 5 years old. Do you know why I say that? Well, I'm gonna tell you. 5 years and some days ago, I set out on the Echo River alone, or so I thought at the time. I was looking for an ice floe. They are occasionally rumored to travel our humble artery on their way from who knows where to who knows where. Who knows why? It's a mystery. An hour into the journey, my lantern gave out. Now, I always carry 3 or 4 spares. You'll never catch me in the dark again. Lesson learned, buddy. But that night, when that lantern went out, I was stuck in the dark. I kept my arm extended, running my fingers along the cave wall, trying to keep my bearing as best I could, and at least make sure I wasn't going in circles. I just prayed I'd find another traveler who knew his way back to the lake or above ground, or even just a crack in the rock to get a glimpse of moonlight. I had a large bag of apples with me. After a long while, maybe a day, I was getting weak, so I took my hand down from the rock to tear the bag open. Well, when I reached back out, I couldn't find that cave wall anymore, or any other. I was totally unmoored, buddy. Totally adrift. You're welcome to come and go as you please. There'll be an archive later for y'all to watch. Don't feel bad about that. And it was so dark. Started counting time and apples eaten. I drifted in despair for 4 apples. Then I schemed and planned and dreamed for 2 apples. Finally, I came to accept my fate, lost at sea. And this phase, I think, would have continued indefinitely had I not come down to that very last damn apple. Picture me, feeling in the empty bag, certain that somehow there was another one of those fist-sized chunks of life-giving fruit, already softened by time and probably an appetizing brown. Nope, that was it. Just as I was about to bite into my last meal, I felt a tickle on my upper lip. It hatched right then. Couldn't have been a moment later or I would have eaten it. My last apple was infested by a damn fruit fly maggot. Well, that should have been the end of it. I should have eaten that apple and that fly while I was at it, and put into our little food chain suicide pact. But I waited, out of mercy. After all, this fly was basically a newborn child, right? A gross insect child, but still a child, right? Born into darkness and famine, hungry and alone. I mean, can you imagine that? No other flies out there on the boat, and never would be. No other flies to welcome him into the world. I mean, no fly culture, no fly society, no fly history. A true orphan. I started to get depressed just thinking about it all. Worked out a thick tear, I'm not ashamed to say. Well, that fly landed on my cheek, right under my left eye, right on that salty teardrop, and then, blinding glorious ass lit up like a candle. That wasn't a fly, buddy. That was a damn lightning bug. Yeah, this is Kentucky. And in the Midwest, fireflies are usually referred to as lightning bugs. I'm from Indiana. We refer to them as lightning bugs back home. So that's how come I'm here today with you folks. Only because I found my way out of that strange river cave by the dim-lit rear of some orphan insect hatched out of my last rotten apple. Gloria, it's good to be among friends. That guy's a trip. That gas station attendant. Did you talk to him? It's funny. He actually reminds me of that frog we had for a bit. That frog you had. Well, I like to think he was part of the family, you know? He seemed more like a cat to me. The attendant, I mean. Oh yeah, I can see that too. Aloof, but strangely chatty. Maybe we should pick up another one. A frog, or a cat, or an iguana, or something. Feeling lonely, Cricket? Not exactly. Not like that guy in the gas station. That guy lets the world wash over him, static like a rock, but you and me both, together I mean. We're always moving, always changing. I think it's because we feel safe with each other, you know? Free. We can try stuff out, change our clothes, swap parts around, just play. I'm not lonely, just curious. With another person to play with, what else could we be? You may be right, Cricket. You really think so? Wow. I thought I'd have to wear you down a little, like I did with the gerbils. Oh, that's Kate. Time to hit the road. River, I mean. See that small brick building? It used to be an upholstery shop. Now it's inhabited by a very skilled taxidermist, whose art is greatly in demand. When it was an upholstery shop, it didn't see nearly as much business. The old shop's name has been lost to time and weather. This was decades ago, and the only trace of it now is the grayed frame of an old sign behind the new lettering, which now reads, Trapper, Stalker, and Sportsman. And then below, smaller, no specimen is too exotic, No arrangement too fanciful. Some of the upholstery equipment is still there, too, and still sees active use. Elise is the resident artist, though she's not the owner of the shop. It's owned by her Aunt Ida. Ida has very little to do with the day-to-day. She's busy with other endeavors, mostly the restaurant she and her husband run on Lake Lethe. Shannon followed the other travelers ashore to a drowsy beachside bar called the Rum Colony. Here we are. They've been talking about it. Yep, sounds like him. Our friend Cyrano's booked here tonight. He's pretty good. He's a wizard of the lap steel guitar. Are you two coming ashore? Oh, sure, we'll be up in a minute. You could hold me back. Oh, I don't know. Kate says just to wander back whenever. This is a take-it-easy kind of stop. She doesn't even blow the foghorn to round up the crew here. No point. Something about this spot is like wax in the ear when it comes to timetables and responsibilities. I was supposed to meet someone here earlier tonight about some bike parts. I hope she's still around. Oh, I'm sure she is, ma'am. Half sleeping into a fragrant mug, with all the other wayward sailors. Shannon finds a bottle, its labels worn away, but the words "Hot Hell Rum" are legibly embossed on the glass. The bottle is empty, except for a sleeping crab. A damp matchbook rests on top of the sand. Shannon flips it open without looking, runs her thumb across the cardboard, and finds one match still intact. She stares ahead, transfixed by the texture on her fingertip, and she wonders if it will flake apart and leave her hand smelling and feeling like fire for the rest of the night, or if the cold lake water has already washed away that part of the match, the part that smells and feels like fire. The water is fine, invigorating. It makes me want to run. I could gallop up and down this beach like a horse. What's he yelling about? He wants to run on the beach, like a horse, he says. Oh dear, what's in these drinks? You folks work at the bureau? We're celebrating. We just hit a big milestone, you know. The clerks both pause, waiting for the other to speak. Well, tell her about it. But I don't know anything more than you do. It wasn't part of my caseload. Well, it wasn't part of mine. I wondered just what we're celebrating. It doesn't matter. Invigorating. Catch anything, Lewis? So, did you find what you were looking for? With Lula, I mean? It's a work in progress. I know what you mean. I've been working on. I think I will go for a run along the beach, as soon as I'm finished with this drink. Try not to yell so loud, Lewis. I'm afraid you'll shake the ceiling loose. Junebug. Hey, guess who I just saw, like an hour ago? That lady with the engine for sale? You just missed her. I tried to hold her back, but she's all business. It's okay. We can't really afford it. Hey, I'm sure another one will come on the market soon. Hey, any of your friends want a drink? I've got time. Busy night, but everyone's deep in their straws by now. Why so busy? It's these kooks from upriver. They all came in together. I think it's some kind of work thing. They're nice enough, but you know. I've got to keep an eye out for lightweights trying to swim home or something. I don't have that kind of insurance. Anyway, I don't mind them. But you know how territorial Don and Sunny get after a couple of Mai Tais. Speaking of which... What have you been mixing up? Let's see. What's good tonight? Dark sweet tiki? What's that like? Chill a tall glass with a little grapefruit juice at the bottom. Then just keep pouring in gold rum till it starts to turn iridescent. Add white grapefruit juice, sugar and lime juice. Some folks like pineapple juice. I always include a toothpick. What else you got it? Salty grog on the cocktail. What's that like? 1 shot light rum, 2 shots of 151 proof rum, lime juice, refrigerate, throw an apple peel on top. What else you got? Blue Devil. What's that like? 1 shot dark rum, 2 shots of white rum, pineapple juice, stir, throw an orange peel on top. The Brownish Death. 1 part sugar, several parts light rum. I throw a little umbrella on there to soften the blow. No drinks for us, thanks. No problem. See you around. I'm so glad to see you. These kooks are bumming me out, man. See that guy in the sand over there? He rolled up, kind of off center, you know? Kind of leaning on the stage here. And he was like, what kind of strings are those? Steel or nylon? I'm sure you were cool about it. Oh yeah, it's mandatory around here, man. It's what the people want. I'm just a humble artist, you know? Plus, it's better for tips. Can't look like you care about it, you know? Even if it's your livelihood, a crowd can smell economic precarity and it turns them off. Guess it's no fun to give someone money if they really need it. Too much responsibility. Hey, speaking of which, I'm about mid-set here. Can you take the can around while I play this next one? It's on the tape. I think you'll like it, man. Thanks. She didn't have to do that. It had to hurt. That's the way it goes. The unsteady studying the unsteady. There's probably a $5 bill somewhere just floating up and down the river from tip jar to musician to tip jar to musician, like an eternal ferry of good intentions. These two are pretty reliable. Where does their money come from anyway? Government check, maybe? No, then they'd only tip like that on the 1st and 15th. Maybe they fin stereos or something. These kooks are really going for it. It's good. Can't always hope for much with these fly-by-night crowds. Could have been some deep tiki fanatics getting uptight about Cyrano's tape machine or something. But these folks are tourists wherever they go. Will never has any money. Good for him. This guy's keeping some odd company tonight. Better just to let him be. That's Conway. Someone left a 20 here. Is that for Patch or Cyrano? Maybe there's enough change in the jar to split it. It's only fair. Got nothing there. I saw someone run up there earlier. This guy's barely here. He's like basically sugary wet sand until the morning. He left a couple bucks by his shoes here. I dropped it. It's probably for the band, if it's for anything at all. Hey, do you hear the ice caps are melting? I mean the polar ice caps, the ones all the way at the top. Don't listen to him, hon. He's all doom and gloom tonight. Don't listen. That's the answer, Dawn. Well, what else can you do? Someday all of this will be underwater. We'll all be drowned. What can you do? You can recycle? Half measures avail us nothing. Don't be pessimist, Sonny. Have another Mai Tai. He's just in a dark mood because the bar is crowded tonight. He likes to spread out. You know toxic runoff has decimated the deer population, right? Oh no. That's what they say in a recent study anyway. And I believe them. Acid rain, you know. Useless any day now. Sure, I heard it in a recent study, so I take it as gospel. Worthless gospel, but gospel nonetheless. Yeah, I'm trying not to think about it. Everyone should be. Sonny, you're insufferable. Toxic runoff. That's his latest rant. But I'm not surprised by anything anymore. Before this, it was bovine growth hormones and global warming. Nah, he's harmless. I just don't know him anymore, that's all. He takes bits and pieces of things he reads and synthesizes them all into some grand theory, and it's always the end of the world. But who could know that stuff, right? We can't even predict the weather. I mean, if you could take all these little pieces and predict how they're all going to interact, well, you'd know everything. I'll tell you what I do with that kind of knowledge. When I first met a man, I'd look at his shoes and the kind of books he reads, and what he eats for breakfast. And I'd make damn sure we weren't doomed to spend our twilight years greedily emptying Mai Tais and arguing about toxic runoff. Well, you know what they say about hindsight. Here's to a better yesterday. Can I talk to you? Thank you, you're Clara. Untouched drink sits on a table, forgotten or abandoned, or simply wasted. There she is. You have to try one of these flower drinks. I feel like I could drink 100 of them. Not too sweet, not too strong, you know? A real session drink. What's it called? I think he said it was, well, how do you like that? I'll just show him the flower. Another one of these, I'll say. And then I'll point to the flower. Maybe I'll wear it in my hair. Doesn't taste like a flower. I mean, not like a flower smells. You know, perfume, sickly sweet. Like a star thistle flower. You know, my mother was obsessed with those awful weeds. We had a small house just about leaned up against a hill. and every spring that hill would explode with yellow star thistle. She'd tear into them. Wild. I mean, really enraged by it. She said they were an invasive species, like foreign squatters on her land or something. I used to think she was such a wicked old lady to get so violent about it. After she died, I mean a few years after, I came by the house again. It was spring, but I didn't see a single yellow flower on that hill. She must have finally got them. Or maybe they followed her home. More old stuff. I'm drowning in old stuff tonight. Feels like I've got it piled up all around me. Like one of those old guys you hear about who never threw anything away. You know what I mean? Don't worry about all that stuff. Just try to stay in the here and now. Yeah, it's a nice idea. But I'll tell you what I'm learning tonight. I don't belong in the here and now. That check's been cashed. Sorry, I'm not making sense, am I? Just mean to say I can't look at anything without remembering something else. And then that reminds me of something else, and I'm buried in it. I just need to get my head clear for a minute. Get a clear view of the day. Get oriented. There's a time when I felt this way. I'd bite the bullet. Try to sober up and get a job. I think I feel the same way. Maybe I have to find a new kind of work now. There you go. That's the entrepreneurial spirit. Maybe I'll get into computers or something. They're just so damn ugly. Well, I guess I've got something in common with a computer after all. Hey, I'm going to sit and look at the water for a minute. I'll talk to you later. Don't be a stranger. At first, Shannon mistakes the iridescent glimmer for a seashell washed up from the lake. Maybe some freshwater relative of the abalone. Or even a pearl. But it's only a trading card. It must have been valuable to someone, or it wouldn't be printed on this lustrous material. Whatever was on it has mostly worn away. All that's left is the shiny backing and the words, Gleaners, Forward. Shannon pulls a feather from the sand and brushes it clean. When she was a child, she collected feathers. Not the way a hobbyist collects trinkets, but the way a clump of dust collects more dust by static electricity. She deposited them on the kitchen table at the end of the day. Weaver's mother said it was unhygienic. Shannon's mother said that was American germaphobe bullshit, and put them in a vase. Hello. Happy to be in the here and now? I heard a shuffling. Are you dragging your feet or just enjoying the sand between your toes? Deep in thought, I guess. Think you have something weighing on you, and I respect that enough not to press the subject. We're always being pressured to talk about our problems. It's all over the radio in the self-help section of the bookstore. But my ethos is to just sit with it, alone inside of yourself. A spiritual advisor says if something is boring after 2 minutes, try it for 4. I think that applies to any other dissatisfaction just as well. I wanted to ask you something. I thought of it earlier, but it didn't seem like the right time. I'm sure you know what I'm getting at. You want to ask about my friend, the old man? Oh, no, I think I read him pretty clearly. He's an outwards reflecting kind of person. I mean, he reflects the world back out, largely uncolored. You and we are inward reflecting, I think. Means we prefer to nurture the best and worst of ourselves in quiet and interior spaces. And that's okay. Wouldn't you agree? I guess so. Yeah, I thought so. This music is so sweet, don't you think so? It's like a flower, I think. A delicious heavy flower, like this flower in my drink. Makes my eyelids feel like petals wet with early morning dew. Have you ever slept on the beach? Can't say I've had the opportunity. No time like the now. Come lay in the sand. Have some of this drink. It's... forget what it's called, but they put a pale pink flower in it. Isn't that tranquil? Oh gosh, I'm so stressed out. Yeah, me both. No, what's wrong? Just feel like I'm drifting a little. From one sorrow to another, right? I know the feeling. I have trouble sleeping. I come home after a day of worry, lay my head down, and all I can do is worry with my eyes shut. Everyone deserves to rest, don't you think? Even you and I. Sure we do. Sure we do. Someday, the lake and the riverbed will be dry. The shops along it will be bankrupt. The homes empty. The boats abandoned. See? Even the river will rest. Why should we be any different? You know, my colleagues and I are meant to be celebrating something of a milestone here this evening. A milestone? It's true. Well, it's kind of hard to explain. Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces? Ever heard of it? Of course, I met you there earlier tonight. Oh, of course. Good to see you again. Oh, wait. Now I remember. You came by to see Lula. Senior Clerk Chamberlain. Oh, our dear Lula. Miss Chamberlain. Tragically, she couldn't join us tonight. Jumped ship at the last minute. She said she had packing to do. I wonder where she's going. Oh, this conversation's making me lightheaded. I think I'll shut my eyes a bit. Maybe just halfway. I'll listen to the water and the sweet music, and the whispers of my colleagues. Shop talk. Can you believe it? Still working, always working. It's better, I think, to sleep. Yes, better to sleep. Well, that was a pleasant detour. Yes, ma'am. Ready to get moving? How about you round up the old man if you can tear him free? Alright, we'll get Conway and get going here. Yeah, you're right about that. I never quite thought of it that way. Who are you talking to? Oh, no, it's nothing. Hey, let's get out of here. Work to be done, right? It's the people that work at the distillery. It's easy to miss. Beneath that quarter-acre swarm of moths, that's Gortina pidocampa, the prominent heart and club moth. Their diet is mostly constrained to lichen. They make an exception for sunflowers. is a quarter-acre sunflower orchard, and beneath that sunflower orchard there are two small lots with small houses, positioned so they just about butt right up against each other. The houses are empty now of human life. There's no sign of a person, or anything living except for moths and overgrowth. There are some pipes bolted into the cave wall near the perimeter, and a few stone scars where other pipes have been ripped away by scavengers. These once supported the large grow lamps that fed the sunflowers. The lamps are gone now. Once this crop of sunflowers is picked away, it's unlikely anything else will grow here but lichen, moss, and rock formations. The prominent heart and club moth will move on. The houses will be visible again, at least until somebody strips them for building materials, or the river washes them away. The houses were once inhabited by two sisters. Why they built their houses so close together, or lived in any proximity at all, is a mystery, since they clearly despised one another. It's possible the neighboring houses were an attempt at reconciliation. It didn't work. If anything, close quarters just turned up the pressure until those decades of closely held resentments and animosities were pretty near to boiling over. All that energy had to go somewhere, and both sisters had the same idea. They took up gardening. They both cultivated sunflowers, an improbable crop for this location, too improbable to be coincidence. Maybe the sunflower had some special meaning for them, or maybe when one sister saw her rival sowing the impossible seeds, she knew at once she couldn't bear to be outdone. Which sister had the greener thumb, we'll never know. The stalks tangled, the roots knotted, and the seeds mixed. Those gangly sunflowers merged the two lots into one undifferentiated field. The two sisters moved out, probably around the time the moths started showing up. Of course, there was no selling the lots then, overgrown and bug-chewed as they were. In fact, if those sisters ever tried to sell, they'd be in for a rude shock. Not long ago, a property tax clerk, having seen the two adjoining lots registered to the same last name, presumed they belonged to the same owner, and erased the legal border between them. Claire, Kate, and I stopped to do some business by telephone. I guess they're going to be here for a minute. Looks like they have a few calls to make. What are you going to do? Yeah, that's a good question. Just thought I'd stretch my legs. You know, on firm ground. Didn't realize this place would be floating on barrels. Back when I was driving long hauls, that's the real big trucks now. I sometimes wouldn't leave the cab but to pump gas. I took my meals in there. I slept in there. I changed my socks in there, you know, the whole thing. So one time I was hauling a bunch of big spools, telephone wire I think, actually, up from California into Washington State. You know where that is? It's way out, on a map it's kind of to the left of here, more or less. In between California and Washington, there's a place called Oregon. And you can't pump your own gas there. They have a guy who does it called a gas jockey. And you'd better not even open your door, or they get all suspicious. Yeah, this is something that's a little funny about Oregon. Gas jockeys used to be a thing, like, all over the United States. And nowadays, you know, you can just self-pump it. But in Oregon, I think they recently started switching to self-pump, and people were, like, freaked out about it. And it's really, like, not... It was kind of like... And everyone else in America's like, how does Oregon survive? Yeah. I drove through California and into Washington, and I refueled in the middle, in Oregon. And so I didn't set foot out of my truck for a whole day. When I came out of that cab, the ground rushed up like it missed me. Gave me a big old kiss right on the chin, right here. Hi, welcome back. It's just kind of roaming the echo here. What I'm saying is, oh, I forget. What am I talking about? It's important to take breaks. Exactly. Don't forget that, and don't say I never taught you anything. Well, guess I'll head back aboard. Might see if I can find any of the good stuff stashed in the... Maybe in the spice cabinet? Maybe in the medicine cabinet? That's where it belongs. Oh, who am I talking to? Don't listen to me, kid. I'll see you in a few. What the... Oh, got some voiceover for once.
I remember going to a house in Aroostook County, Maine. I was 2. We were moving, and we were driving up in a white Nissan station wagon with faux wood paneling. And it was the first time that I'd seen the house that I was going to live in for the next 7 years. Being washed in the bathroom sink. I was just parking my car. I had to parallel park it. The street that I live on was full, but there was a nice. But it just got cold today for like the first time in a long time. So I had the heat on. And whenever you have the heat on in an old car, it definitely smells a certain way. It smells kind of like it almost smells. You can like smell that it's hot, and you can feel it too. But the smell that it is like from the car itself, like from the engine. And there's been a lot of smoking going on in that car, so it's not exactly a pleasant smell, but it's definitely strong and it's definitely there. And with the windows down, you can also smell that it's cold. So you get both, and that feeling together is super familiar if you've been in old cars a lot. Anyway, I was parking, and I had to go in and out about it like 3 times, but when I finally finished parking, it was like perfect. Both wheels against the curb, and that's when I had like the double memory when I first learned how to drive. And my mom taught me how to parallel park. She told me the story about her dad, who was a motorcycle cop, taught her how to parallel park. And every time she parallel parked, he would take out a dime, and if he could fit the dime between the wheel of her car and the curve of the street, then she had to do it again. She didn't do that for me, but every time that I got upset about having to do it again, she would tell me that at least I didn't have to be a dime distance away from the curb. I learned how to drive in the fall, and I got that smell a lot during that time. And I don't know when my mom learned to drive.
I wonder, because the last thing after Act 3 ended was the phone. You can call the actual number. And you can actually call it on your phone, and there might be a way to leave messages. So I wonder if these are from there, but I'm not sure.
Oh,
I remember the number 10 and a flashcard with a turkey on it. It had a yellow background.
The frogs are too loud.
Not a whole lot. I guess I was walking. I was in a stroller in Treetop Park in Florida. My mother accidentally pushed me into a spider web. I guess I freaked out a lot. That's the first thing I remember.
We were sent for. I keep hearing these noises whenever I close my eyes. It's like bells ringing. But the bells aren't metal bells or ceramic bells or kind of bells like normally hear. They're like this weird. I can't even describe the material. It's just resonant. Just ringing resonant. And as soon as I open my eyes again, there's nothing.
I remember driving across an old dirt road. My birthday at the party at McDonald's in Hawaii. I got a toy that I didn't like. I broke it. Getting caught next in the jungle gym. I was crying so bad. Monster truck rally that my parents take me out. And they missed it. One of those two. Seriously? Whether I wear boots or sneakers, my feet always feel damp. Cold and damp.
Well, I was hoping that you'd be able to tell me why I can't sleep. It seems like it's been a long time, and it seems like it's been it's time to sleep now.
End of new messages.
All right. That go diving in too. It's actually really cold and kind of dangerous. Did he say where he was going? He's looking for the good stuff. I see. Still thirsty. Kate keeps some diet soda in the broom closet, but you didn't hear it from me. It's next to the bleach. Bring a flashlight. Oh, no, I don't think that's what he's looking for. So, any important messages? Every single one. Where are you headed tonight, small man? I don't know. Good for you. We met Ezra earlier tonight, and he's been very helpful. I'm hoping we can return the favor once we get back above ground. Poor kid was sleeping at the bus station, just lost track of his folks. He'll be all right. He's more at home down here than any of us. Trust me, I have an eye for it. Kate, thanks for calling. I hope it didn't wake you up. No, I can't really get comfortable enough to sleep anymore, except in the car. Oh, not driving, and the passenger seat reclined. Eric drove me around the reservoir this afternoon and I got an hour or two in. I couldn't get settled in bed, so I was just watching TV. Some cooking show about high concept junk food, and everyone from my high school chemistry class was there, making cupcakes out of old bicycle parts. I think I might have dozed off a bit, actually. Honestly, this baby can come out whenever he wants. I'm completely over it. Good for you. You sound really confident. Oh, it's all an act. I'm actually... Oh, God, the phones down here are such a mess. Hey, Kate, I really appreciate you checking in. I have your pager number, and so does Eric, just in case I'm too, distracted or whatever. I'll let you go. I should try to eat something. Munch on a bitter hedgehog cap. That should relieve some of your intestinal discomfort. Okay, thanks. Maybe I'll just chew on some ice. Talk to you soon, Kate. Hopefully. Just checking in on a client. Did I mention I'm a birth doula? Wow, how does that fit with being a tugboat captain? Some women choose to come labor on the boat, actually. For the rest, I have a backup, just in case I can't get back to dry land in time. I've been lucky and only had to lean on her a handful of times, out of several hundred births. You never believe how many people are just born all the time. Is everything okay? Everything's great. Sounds like she's ready. Some women just know. It's amazing. Others are totally caught by surprise. Your friend went back aboard. He's been drinking a bit. Yeah, if you get really reacted by all that. Cutting onions isn't fun. He's been drinking a bit. I should have pointed him toward the head. I'm glad you phoned. I was just thinking of you. Sorry I didn't call this week. I've been traveling constantly. That's fine. I visited the hospital yesterday. I went to visit Uncle Andreas, but they moved him. Now he's in a hospice care facility run by some old Polish nun. Everyone says it's very... nice. I asked them about visiting, and they said he didn't want any visitors. That's his right. I guess it is, technically. Clara, I don't think it's really what he wants. If you came to visit, he would see you. All those afternoons you two would go drinking beers by the river. Don't you think it would mean a lot to him if he could say goodbye to you in person? Oh, Nadia, I'd never make it back in time anyway. It's true. You're a long way from home, Clara. I suppose it can't be helped. Oh, here's another at the door. We're going to try again to see him. I hope the tour is going well. Love you. Be careful. My sister back home. She's very depressing to me this morning. My Uncle Andreas is terminally ill and refusing visitors, and Nadia's making a stir about it. I'm sorry to hear. Are you close? Yes, but only recently. He lived abroad for most of my life. Allie met him a few years ago. My sister's older, so she knew him as a child, too. So I think her respect for him is distorted by sentiment. We must always take the dying at their word. Their motivations are beyond our understanding. The older man, he's swimming back to the Mammoth? No emergency, I hope. Oh, I hope there's paper. It's been a busy night. I don't play Little Big Planet. I haven't played that since that game came out way back in the early 2000s. Mid-2000s. He's writing a letter? I hadn't heard that euphemism. Must be Lithuanian. I don't suppose any of you folks are headed past the Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces. Not on this run, but we'll be coming back this way in a few hours. Well, I may still be here then. It's no big deal. I'll just hang out and read or something until it's time to head back to work. Hey, you folks are traveling with that old guy, right? With the leg? Is he okay? Saw him earlier tonight. He came by the storage facility for some files. He totally bit it on the staircase. Ah, this is the guy from Act 2. He's okay, though, right? I think so. I don't know him too well. He's a passenger. Cool. Hey, I guess he's well enough to swim. Well, have a good night. Or, morning, almost. That right there is Ratliff Monuments. If you ever need a headstone carved, for a loved one, I mean. Violet Ratliff never married. Nevertheless, bore 6 children. Earl, Kelly, Barb, Ron, young Earl, and Beauty. And for each birth she locked the doors of Ratliff Monuments for only 1 day. Even with young Earl, when she was in labor for 36 hours. Well, that's what folks said, and I met her. And I believed them. She had the unyielding disposition of a cliffside. None of Violet's children had any desire to go into monument making. Beauty thought it all a bit ghoulish. There's some truth to that. Very little demand for monuments to the living, after all. The run of the shop fell at last to young Earl, the only Ratliff still at home when his mother finally passed at 82, and who then had the honor of engraving her headstone. He's done well, for the most part. His craftsmanship has suffered over time. It's his hands, cut and bruised by missed strokes, shaken apart from the inside too. He learned from Violet, when striking a block of stone with a mallet and chisel, to absorb the extra shock right into his bones so as to keep the apparatus straight and carve a perfect line. He spends his time outside work just caring for his hands, soaking his bones in salt water, doing little exercises and stretches. It won't improve the straightness of his marks, but it might put off the day he finds himself unable to carve a line at all, scribbling on rocks, like his ancestors. That's the way he has nightmares about. He dreads it like death, though he makes no distinction between the two. Good morning. Pags isn't feeling well. Long night. Poor kitty. What are you watching? Security tape from last night. Daryl left the lights on again. Should we slash his tires? I'll leave a stern note on his desk. Spare the rod. What are we doing today? Right. This is weird. You know that old vending machine? The one that only has tomato juice? No, the old one they just stopped refilling. Remember, we rolled it out onto the dock last night, and some scavenger stripped it for metal in the middle of the night. Daryl cut his hand cleaning up after them, and it got infected. Remember? No. Okay. Anyway, the rest of it ended up in the coat room until, finally, Daryl was piling it into a big bag for the trash barge to pick up, and he came across this box lost behind all the junk. Check it out. This looks old. Yeah, there's a bunch of videotapes and completed questionnaires. I looked up the reference number, and it's never been processed. So I guess that's what we're doing today. There's no date on it. We'll just have to make one up. Unless there's some footage of a calendar or something in here. I guess these are the old tests before we started doing the video exit interviews. That's annoying. Yeah, let's see. How did we do this? I'll run the tape, you interpret the questionnaire, and I'll type it up. The modernist bookshelf with the fancy vintage turntable. So ostentatious, so Daryl. What? That was my bookshelf. Oh no. But you, like, grew out of it or something, right? It ended up in the lab somehow. I keep my books in a pile now. It's easy to find what I'm looking for. Never, what shelf is that book on? Only, well, it's somewhere in the pile. Pragmatic. Well, I haven't seen that poster in a while. I think it was mine from college. Yeah, definitely. Oh, right. Daryl swapped it out in the redesign. Now it's... What's there now? Yeah, it's... Oh, that's weird. Can't picture it. I mean, I can picture the wall, and there's definitely something hung there. That's gonna bug me. Want me to go look? It's just down the hall. No, it's okay. This should be some basic information and the first control test. Subject's general disposition? Jen looks over the questionnaire document from the envelope. Question. Why are you here? The other passenger said we could make some quick cash taking these tests. Pragmatic. Demographic category? Question. What's the first thing you remember? I remember a birdcage. Mid-20s? Do you think we should use the old categories or the new categories? Oh, right. Will the computer even still take the old ones? They're still in the menu. Okay, in that case, put in precarious. Sure. Oh, I forgot. Name? It says Marquez on the file. Whoa, Marquez? Are you sure? That's what it says. Do you know her? That can't be. No, that's not her. Did she come alone or with a group? I don't know. There's an extended monitoring tape here, too. We could check on the dock when she showed up. No, definitely not. Oh, she's traveling with one of those creepy distillery guys. Him? No, he just looks like some old drifter. Maybe you're right. It's hard to tell in this light. Oh, it's... Wait, who is that? That guy in the hoodie. What? I've never seen him before. Really? He looks so damn familiar. I thought maybe he was a former intern or something. It's a little old for that, right? No, I don't recognize him. Sorry. You had deja vu this morning. It's spooky. Sorry, just one of those days, I guess. Guess the old man is on dinghy guard duty. A noble assignment. So, who was this lady? Oh, right. Well, do you remember WEVP TV? No. Okay, it was a community television station. The Consolidated Power Company had to fund it as, like, a punishment for owning too much of the broadcast spectrum or something. Oh, they used to screen your videos, right? Yeah, it was like a co-op. I did some maintenance and they gave me a slot to show my work. And they're that naked banjo guy late at night. Yeah, that's mainly what everyone remembers. I guess their whole mandate was community expression. He is certainly expressive. Oh, wait. Was WEVP the one that... the flood, right? Yeah. Damn. So, Shannon Marquez. Did she have a naked banjo show too? What? No. Let me guess. Question. Which of the following sentences best describes you? I am haunted and able to forget. She had an exercise show? No, I've never heard of Shannon Marquez. It was a Weaver Marquez I knew. She worked at the station for a bit, and then she left on kind of weird terms, actually. Anyway, where were we? Okay, how do we rank her from the control test? Question. Without turning around to look, please describe the following objects. Bookshelf. It has 3 shelves, it has 4 shelves, it has 5 shelves. It has 4 shelves. It is shaped like a snake. It is shaped like a transformer coil. It reminds me of a library. Poster. I remember circles. I have a poster in my workshop, a vintage advertisement for vacuum tubes. Lighting. Just kind of dim. Average, I guess. Average? Okay. How many pictures did she remember? 2? Or... actually, maybe 3? What? She wrote down orange, strawberry, guava. Guava? I think she meant the pear. See, that's why I hate this test. There's so much fruit that basically looks just like other fruit. Oh, guava. Does a guava even look like a pear, though? I don't think I've ever seen a guava. I thought they were pink. They're just pink on the inside. You wouldn't confuse a real guava for a pear, but in one of Daryl's crude watercolors. But I can still clearly tell that's a pear, even on video. Yeah, you and I can, but we already know it's a pear. She could be remembering wrong, or just identifying what, to her, is a much more likely fruit to appear in a painting, based on any number of cultural, social, geographic, you know. She didn't say anything in her response to help clarify. Let's see. Please describe in detail any sensations that accompany your memory of the pictures. I remember the way the fruit tastes. My mother gave me some mushed up guava once to cure toothache. Not really, just some sensory memories of guava. I guess we should just skip the pictures. That's a shame. It's really hard to measure memory degradation in some of the later tests without this one as a baseline location updating scenario. I've been saying we should just use photographs. Watercolor paintings already have the quality of a half-remembered dream anyway. Like they're inviting you to forget them. Or somebody else already forgot them for you. Like a mama bird feeding her chicks cotton candy. Photographs are... it's not that they're really more accurate or true, but we think they are. They put you in that mindset. They have authority. So yeah, out with the watercolors, I say. But then poor Daryl would have nowhere to exhibit his work. Jen, look who it is! Aw, I miss that kitty. I forgot what became of the white one. Her name was Coconut, and she disappeared without a trace. Easy come, easy go? I wouldn't say easy. I had to leave food on the dock for a week before she'd come inside. She only stuck around for a month or two. You probably saw quite a lot of her. I remember you were working nights then. She was a nocturnal creature. That's right, I remember. Wait, I don't remember this test. Oh. Did we cut this one? What's the questionnaire like? No, this is just... Sometimes, if I can make it in for a few days, I might leave a note to feed the cats. For the test subjects? Wow, how do you know they'll do it? I write it on, university letterhead. Jen, that is unethical! At least I don't use university property and research equipment to make weird video art. Very well, then. I contradict myself. I wonder which is the nobler transgression. I'll settle that question. It's nobler to feed kitties. Okay, this is before the CD players. I hope she remembered to rewind. They never did, and Daryl would be in all night rolling all these tapes back one by one in his little Walkman. Still has that thing. Says he uses it at the gym, but I think he's just too attached to his old mixtapes. He's so sentimental, our Daryl. These tapes had sounds from my apartment building. Did you know that? Oh, I thought it was stock sound effects from the library. Yeah, the CDs are. But when it was on tape, Daryl had me borrow a tape recorder from the music department and go collect them myself. He showed me a first draft of the questionnaire. I think some of them are still in there, like... What were you thinking about immediately before listening to the tape? Just thinking about my friend. After the tape ended, how quickly did your thoughts return to that subject? I never really stopped thinking about it. Right. I don't really get the point of that question. I think it's just there to set a baseline of the introspection index. So, all the doors opening and closing, those are all from your apartment? Most of them, yeah. Others are from the basement. We have these rows of storage closets down there. None of them are locked or anything. It's just like this weird row of doors. They're not even marked or differentiated. You have to keep count as you go and remember which one is yours. Mine is number 8. I went down there a little tipsy once. Sunday cleaning, you know, a few glasses of wine. Anyway, I accidentally opened number 9 and it was full of mice. Like, for a computer, I mean. They were all neatly arranged on shelves, organized by some inscrutable quality cables tied with Velcro. The neighborhood mouse hoarder. A collector, I think. I guess he lived next door. I told Daryl we should add a question, something like, while listening to the tape recordings of doors opening, if at any point you have any expectation or visualization about what might be on the other side of one of those doors, please write it down. The last door, it sounded like a kitchen door. I was just curious, I guess, since it was from my building. Like, I have a strong sense of where these doors lead, just by hearing them. But is that just from my memory? Or is it inherent in the sound somewhere? Interesting. You should write a grant proposal. I wouldn't want to step on any toes. You know, university politics. Oh, here's another extended monitoring tape from the waiting room. Busy night. There he is again, sleeping. Where do I know him from? It's going to drive me up the wall. Does he work at the university? That sounds familiar. Yeah, I think he might have worked there a long time ago. Maybe when I was an undergrad. Ah, the Paleolithic. I thought he looked a bit rugged. That's right, Jen. I went to college during the Stone Age. What was your major? Fire. I don't think he was a professor. Maybe staff. It's been so long. Sometimes I wish I just barreled through, like you did, instead of taking time off before grad school. I'm sure it was the right thing to do at the time. Yeah, or the only thing. It's such a mess. Did I ever tell you about that? My boyfriend died suddenly in my last year of college. Oh, poor thing. It's okay. It was a long time ago. But yeah, it really shook me up. Back then, he was studying astronomy. We were both really into experimentalist music. We took a few art classes together. It's so sad. Sorry, never mind. No, it's okay. That's the thing, actually. I mean, that's what shook me up about it. It's just this random accident that never should have happened. And so sudden you never could have seen it coming. He's back home visiting his parents and he fell off a roof. Damn, I know what you mean. You can't predict that kind of, what do you call it, freak accident kind of thing. My psychiatrist says that's why I'm such a pessimist. Well, I think you're remarkably upbeat, all things considered. I mean, you know, that thing with your boyfriend in the roof, but also what happened to the TV station. Acts of God. You think? No, I mean, that's what you call it. That's what you say when it's nobody's fault. I don't think I believe in that. What? Acts of God? Yeah. But there has to be a word for when something completely shitty happens for no reason, right? I guess it's kind of archaic. First, please use the blank space below to describe your general feelings about television. If you have difficulty summarizing your emotions succinctly, or have too many different feelings to fit in the blank space, you may also use the back of this paper. Television is my preferred window to the world. You're asked to watch several videos. How many of the videos did you watch? All of them? Speaking of the TV station, you were saying something earlier about what that other Marquez girl? Oh, right. I was talking about Weaver. Yeah, what exactly happened with her? You said she left on weird terms? Yes, well, so actually she just stopped showing up. That was pretty normal. It was all volunteers, right? Community television? Yeah, people didn't really give such much advance notice. They just got bored and drifted away. It was more like an art project than a job for most people. Weaver Marquez helped manage the archives, like filing and sorting old tapes of broadcasts. I think she was pretty smart. She probably could have been more help fixing equipment or something. But she seemed content just to organize tapes. Nobody ever talked to her much, so when she left, no big deal. But then a couple months later, we started getting these bizarre interventions. The camera focused on a table, passed through a doorway, then focused on another table. Which object present on the first table was also present on the second table? The picture is too blurry to make anything out. You should have these VCRs professionally cleaned. I'm writing my number on the back of the page. Someone would be doing a show in their normal time slot, and then suddenly the feed would cut. We'd still be broadcasting, but our signal was totally jammed. Oh, like interference. I mean total blackout. Then this video would come on, clearly shot in our studio at some point, and it was her, Weaver Marquez. She'd be standing in the middle of the studio, facing the camera. You're asked to make note of a fond memory from childhood and associate it with one of the objects of the table and screen. Which object did you choose? The feather? Was this object present on the second on-screen table, after the camera passed through this doorway. Not the same one, but another one sort of like it. It's a bit fuzzy in my memory, but I do remember the sound. This awful hum, like that was how she did it. She made a hum so sinister it drove our signal into hiding. The video began with footage of the outside of a building, and then entered the building. Was it day or night outside the building? It was night. When the camera exited the building again, was it day or night outside the building? It was day. Then there were these on-screen captions, exactly the same every time. I don't remember what they said, something creepy. Wow. At the beginning of the video, you are asked to make note of a memory from earlier in the day and associate it with one of the objects on the table on screen. Which of the objects did you choose? The folded map. Was this object present on the second on-screen table after the camera passed through the doorway? I forget, I don't think so. We had a title maker at the station, but it was a different font. I guess she recorded it at WEVP and then took it somewhere else to add the captions. I don't know. We all did a lot of speculating about how she made the video. Why she made the video. Yeah, why not just broadcast it normally? It was community television, right? Couldn't be any worse than Naked Banjo Guy. Yeah, exactly. Like, some people thought it was a protest or something. But I know she didn't have anything against the station. To me, it felt kind of urgent. Like she would have done her broadcast through the proper channels, but something came up. A crisis or something. The video began in one room and passed through a doorway into another room. In each room, a piece of music was playing. Was it the same piece of music in both rooms? No, they were different. Was the music in the first room optimistic or pessimistic? I think the music was pessimistic. Was the music in the second room optimistic or pessimistic? How often did it happen? A lot, dozens of times. It went on for years. We even thought about asking the police to look into it. But it's so hard to locate a pirate signal. I mean, it could come from any direction, you know? It's all just... exactly. Waves. The camera passed through several doors with inscribed labels. Please write down the sounds you heard as the video passed through the doors with the following inscriptions. Travel. Diesel engine idling. Nourishment. Sleep. Weaver's video showed up again right before the flood. Actually, I think it might have been the last thing we ever broadcast. Okay, location updating effect on emotional memory. Subject just hurried but not confused. Probably just came in a little depressed. Of course, distraction while recalling ennui yielded no new information. Just record this whole set as is, with a note like, produce the standard effect on the forgetfulness index. Damn, this is taking a while. Daryl will be heartbroken if this is the only box we get through today. The poor thing, he is like a paper butterfly. I would say moth. Oh, look. Can you read the date? Damn, I can't read it either. May not have even been current. I remember for a while we had a calendar up that was, like, years behind. I think Daryl liked the picture. What was it? Best friends. Every month there was a different pair of animals that were friends. That's adorable. I think I'm going to be sick. You don't remember that? That weird intern brought it in from home. What was his name? Who? You remember. He was always like... I mean, we would make fun of him for... Damn, he's almost completely gone from my brain. So many interns coming and going then. I guess I didn't bother even remembering their names. I wonder who was working back when this was recorded. Is there a tape of the monitoring room? Yeah, here it is. Oh, before we check that out, did she flip the calendar forward or backward? Backward. Weird. They usually flip it forward. There she goes. Wait, do you think... Did she follow them out? Oh, well, here's the last extended monitoring tape from the dock when they left. See, I told you he was one of those distillery guys. I guess you're right. These other guys came to pick him up for work, maybe. I don't like how they all hang out together. It's creepy. We hang out together and work together. Yeah, but it's not... They're like more than co-workers. I don't know. I just get this awful feeling whenever I see them. Like I knew them once, but not anymore. Like when they make up a dead person to look like an old photograph of themselves. Sort of familiar, sort of strange. Yeah, exactly. There ought to be a word for that. Well, thank you. I wish people watched a bit more, but it is what it is. Bye, Kitty. They look like nice enough people. Sure, she's very happy with them. Yeah. So, this has been a bit of a memory trip for you, huh? I bet you didn't expect these old tapes to stir up so much. How does it feel for these people to come up again? Lever Marquez and Wise Will? And what was your boyfriend's name? The one who died in college. Charlie. Yeah, it's kind of a bittersweet experience, actually. Like looking at photographs of people who've died or moved away. People that are gone. Charlie was Lisette's son that died when he was fixing the roof. Someone Conway knew. Gone but not forgotten. No, not forgotten. You're right. Look at those easels and tables on the beach over there. They call it an open-air gallery, or probably something more upscale like alfresco galleria. They say it's a popular design in foreign cities, like Paris and New York. That may be true. The appeal is clear enough, I guess. Anyone can wander in and out. There aren't any walls or doors. There's no roof either. Just a kind of thin cloth membrane. Not quite a sheet or a tarp, but more like a drape of rolled-out spiderweb. Looking like it might bunch up and dissolve if it ever got rained on. No concern down here for rain. Everybody thinks they're inside, just because they can't see the sky. But it's a microclimate down here, and it surely does rain. Right now, they're exhibiting some intimate photographs of small-town life. There's one of a small girl playing in a puddle. She's got her back to the camera, and she's fussing with something, looking at her hands. Maybe she's stuffing a message in a bottle, or folding a paper boat. Reviews have been good. It's a popular show, probably because of its relevance. The town depicted in these photos was very recently flattened to make way for a big museum project. She lit a second cigarette with the embers of the first one. She trembled, sweating a little under her heavy coat. It was warmer near the doors, but she was following directions. No smoking within 25 feet of hospital entrance. Kate gently rolls a fallen branch and plucks something white from the underside. She holds it up for Ezra to examine. So she stood by a hot dog cart, parked at the edge. Pluricibella porgens. The common name is angel wings. Isn't that pleasant? They have a delicate springy texture and they're tasty, like sweet moss. Would you like a bite? Okay. Ezra takes a small bite and ruminates. What do you think? Is it supposed to be spicy? No. Go ahead and spit that out. It's okay. A mushroom hunting mentor told me it's useless to pretend to know mushrooms. They escape your erudition. The more you know them, the less sure you feel about identifying them. She taps the cover of the small red book she's carrying. That's why I always bring my favorite guidebook. I don't know why it moved on to this one. I barely had to read that other side. It points to a small mushroom growing in the dirt. Oh, here's an important one to recognize, though. Look, see the sort of greenish pallor of the cap? Amanita phalloides. That's Greek. Amanita means mushroom, and phalloides means, never mind. Can you eat it? Only once. It's deadly poisonous. Death cap. That's the common name. It's killed a lot of people, this little mushroom, including a few Roman emperors. It's revolutionary. Even the Buddha died from eating a mushroom when he was very old. That's just what they do. Clear away old things, make room for new things. Pretty important, right? I've always thought they deserved a little more respect. You'd like me to help me look for a few more? I have a sort of shopping list. Great. Look for... Actually, just grab any mushrooms that catch your eye and throw them in this bag. Let me know when you're done and we'll see what you've got. Have fun. That's the second rule of mushroom hunting. The first rule is, ask Kate before eating anything, okay? It's a bit muddy from flooding over the general dampness of the caves. She finds two promising specimens, a spotted brown cap and a dense bundle of dark ridges. The hot dog vendor tried to strike up a conversation with some immediately too personal questions. She had decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he considered it part of his job, she thought, to offer his customers some kind of counsel. Maybe it was to salve his guilty conscience for selling junk food outside a hospital. Dark brown ridges and folds cover the surface of the mushroom. It has a pleasant, almost fruity smell. Kate kneels in the grass. She parts the grass with her garden knife, studiously combing the ground. Has she ever tried any alternative medicines? Acupuncture? Homeopathy? Ayurveda? Magical thinking? She said she never heard of any of those things. He fished a stray hot dog out of the pickle jar. There are no mushrooms in the grass. Kate tries to wipe some mud off her boots. Didn't find anything. That's okay. The bag is ragged and waterlogged. He nudges it with a stick, coiling up a plastic thread and spreading it out on the beach. He didn't like to play in the house. It was always too cold. It seemed to store up the cold at night, then slowly discharged it into his bones during the day, while the sun bounced feebly off the windows. But he liked to play in the woods behind the house. Taken a knife from the kitchen, selected for its long serrated edge, meant for slicing bread. His teeth had reminded him of a saw blade. He was determined to collect some firewood to heat the house. There are no mushrooms in the bag. Ezra closes his eyes and listens to the water and the distant clicking of bats. He tripped in a protruding root and lay for a while in the mud, examining the pale upper branches of a sycamore tree, listening to the soft rumble of a faraway thunderstorm, then louder, closer, and his hair stood on end. And there was the bird. I just found this one. This one I can't really use, but I picked it just to show it to you. Looks a lot like a very popular eating mushroom around these parts, called a morel. But it's not a morel. Kate slices the mushroom in half lengthwise. It's full of white fiber, the consistency of cotton. This is the easiest way to tell them apart. The real morel is empty. This one, the false morel, is actually kind of poisonous. Forget what its effects are exactly. Here, let's check the Vermeulen book. Kate flips through the pages of the car guidebook. Okay, here it is. Symptoms include wanting to fight, demanding answers, dryness of eyes, nose, and lips, restless sleep. Dreams of flood, of rolling stones, accidents, people transforming into owls, vampires, rockets, and traveling to stars. Huh, that doesn't sound so bad, actually. Kate puts the mushroom back into her bag. So, you have a brother out there somewhere? Julian. He's going to come find me in the morning after the work is done. Yep, we work pretty hard. We used to spend part of each night looking for my folks, but now we pretty much just work. But maybe that'll change now. I have some new friends. Do you have a family? I almost had a baby once. I got very sick, and the only thing that helped me was a funny-looking mushroom called Colored Earth Star. Basically been on my own since then. Well, that's not really true. Just about everyone who sets foot aboard the mucky mammoth feels like family to me now. I guess if nobody's family, then everybody's family. These are the only trees in this whole cave. Who planted them here? Right, not many trees down here in the dark. I know these are some kind of cypress, and they were definitely planted here deliberately by someone who... I guess I don't know much about this place, really. It's supposed to be some kind of memorial to something. Will would know more. Sorry, it's a mystery. Ezra kicks the dirt. Months later, she came across a book on homeopathic medicine in a used bookstore and bought it. She thought it was mostly bullshit, but found the author's notes on the unpredictability of mushrooms immediately compelling, spiritual even. She started collecting mushrooms on hikes, never eating them, just collecting, identifying, and discarding. Eventually, she connected with the Lexington Mycological Society and began to study in earnest the medicinal uses of fungi. It's a mystery. I'll search for clues. She put out her cigarette, said goodbye to the hot dog vendor, and spent the rest of the afternoon listening to doctors and trying to understand the world as they did, as a list of discrete injuries to be mended. Ezra steps in a plastic bottle. A wooden post projects from the sand nearby. There's a scrap of paper inside the bottle. Ezra takes it out and reads it. Eggs, flour, Chardonnay, laxatives, paper towels, scratch ticket. Ezra investigates a cypress tree. The tree smells spicy, oily. A message is carved from the bark. Bark carving, Aussie. Ezra inspects the contents of his pockets. Alright, what have you got? Somebody carved Aussie in that tree over there. Oh, huh. What do you think that means? It's part of somebody's name, or it's short for something. Observe 0 yaks. Old zebra yard. Ornery zoologist yacht. I don't know what that means. Yeah, it was a stretch. I found this message in a bottle. Looks like somebody's grocery list. Well, Ezra, I can't say I know what that all adds up to. Like I said, I wish Will were here. He'd have some local history for us. We can ask him back on the boat. Kate and Ezra looked up at an old battleship drifting by. Oh, there it is. The Iron Pariah. Don't worry, it's just passing by. I don't know much about it firsthand, but I've heard things. I've heard it was in the Civil War. Someone told me she got close to it by accident and heard a strange wailing sound. She was a passenger on the Mammoth. She said she'd been out fishing on a rowboat and got swept up in a current near the cluttered place. Before she knew it, the Iron Pariah was upon her, unimaginably massive, up close but eerily silent. The only sounds, she said, were the lapping of the lake water against its iron hull, and a faint sort of, well, she said a chorus of mews. I'll be damned if I know what that sounds like. I've never gotten close enough to the ship myself. I've heard it was in... Supposedly there's nobody even aboard. No people, I mean. There must be something on there. Life is everywhere. Rats, insects, some kind of hardy mold. Part of it could be flooded and host to some of the eyeless fish that live in the Echo. But hey, maybe there are some mushrooms growing in there, slowly consuming military rations from over 100 years ago. More mysteries. They do pile up over time as people forget the details. Thanks for taking me mushroom picking. Mushroom hunting. You can pick apples because they're right out there in the open. Mushrooms hide. You have to hunt for them. Ezra's parents shook him awake. They seemed alarmed, but not immediately concerned. They led him back to the house, past the house, into the car. Dad said they were going to stay at the bus station for a while, with the little arcade, with the card game he liked. Dad watched him closely in the rear-view mirror, expecting Ezra to be excited, confused, or scared. But he didn't feel anything. He hardly seemed to hear. In fact, he felt like he was observing the family car from a distance, from far above, from the clouds. It's time to go. See that rough circle of rocky protrusions near the shore? It's more intricate than it looks. More than 2/3 of it is actually underwater. I haven't seen it myself, but listen to this. It's man-made, and the rocks weren't placed according to their size. So what's visible is a more or less uniformly random selection of the overall shape. It looks like it might be a spiral, all told, or maybe some kind of meditative labyrinth. At the head of it is a petrified oak stump. That was moored here from above ground, of course, decades ago. That's where the ceremony took place. The Loch Lucks were married here. Many frail-tongued observers said they should just go with Loch or Luck, or split the difference with Look, or even Lick, or really anything else. But it was never going to happen. Greta Luck and Norm Luck were high school sweethearts. They took a chemistry class together where she challenged him to shoot the moon, learning formulae and compounds well enough to answer every test question exactly wrong, and achieve a perfect failing grade. Their engagement was welcome news for the family business, who had been looking for some opportunity to merge interests. The Locks ran a busy printing press, and the Lucks managed a fleet of bicycle couriers. The natural next step was to start a local paper that would become the Echo River Evening Record. The ceremony itself was humble and perfunctory, and it must have somehow involved these rocks. Maybe they walked around them in a spiral, like a symbol of their ever-tightening bond. And it must have also involved that petrified stump. Neither family is particularly religious, but rumors persist that the officiant wore a robe. I don't know how much longer this will be. Thanks again for your help. This is about as far as the tugboat can go. You know, noise and lights disturb the bats. I usually send Will, but he's up to his elbows in mammoth grease right now. So you'll pass through the bat sanctuary, which is really nice, by the way. Be sure to check out all the plaques and stuff for, cool bat facts. Plenty of time. Anyway, the Echo River Central Exchange, or excuse me, Consolidated Auxiliary Switch number 30. They changed the name when the power company took over. Anyway, it's just on the other side of the bat sanctuary. This package is going to Poppy. She's an operator. The operator. We'll meet you on the other side at Sam and Ida's for our scheduled early breakfast stop. Just follow the river. Can't miss it. Oh, I almost forgot. You may or may not be interested. There's this kind of weird memorial sculpture on your way in, just before the bat sanctuary. I always recommend people at least stop and take a look at it. It's really sort of... I don't know how to say it. You should check it out. Okay, bye. You're still here. Okay, there we go. We're moving now. Sorry. Yeah, I think we are. This is really hard to tell. Okay, this is the weirdest thing. We claim these helmets in the names of the folks who wore them, and we place them here in their memory, but also as a spit in the green eye of that power company who bought up our old mine and traded our brothers and sisters' safety for a little more yield, but only yielded 28 good men and women dead when the walls collapsed and the tunnels filled with water. Their lungs were black, but now they're washed clean and full of water too, and swept through hidden tunnels into some awful cave we never will find, and so we guess the water buried them for us, so let this here be the marker for their grave. And if any son of a bitch from that power company wants to take back these helmets as company property, just you try it and see what will happen. Hey, Elkhorn. That's the mine we met in, where your folks, worked. It looks like it's been here a while. Sure as hell wouldn't mess with it. You think whoever wrote it is still that angry? Sure angry, mainly just hurt. Yeah, everybody's got their own way, I guess. This probably stirs up... I mean, how do you... It's fine. I'm glad that this is here. People should remember this happened. Well, here we are, remembering. I didn't even know it the first time around, but here I am remembering it now. It's a fine memorial, I guess. This is kind of weird to navigate. I'm just saying. these guys. What? You're looking at me like I'm crazy. Are you feeling okay? Oh, sure. It doesn't hurt anymore, my leg. It's just kind of numb, like it's not there. My shoulder too, actually. That's an old one, though, from an accident. I'm lucky it just had some nerve damage there. Probably should have been a lot worse. You know, those guys from the distillery are just making the best of a bad situation. Just like the rest of us. Hey, one of them said to me earlier they could even help me take care of these medical bills for my leg, you know? Get it all together on a plan, consolidated. That sounds like a really bad idea. Oh, I don't know. They seem to have a lot of experience with this kind of stuff. They've got a whole process figured out. Anyway, I have a feeling it'll all work out. Even this delivery. Yeah, we're almost there, right? Hell, at this point, I bet we could just take off the parking brake and that truck would roll into 5 Dogwood Drive by itself. Listen, that old truck I've been driving belonged to my boss, Ira, Lisette's husband. To be honest, Ira didn't like me very much. But somehow Liz got it into her mind that he would have wanted me or to have that truck someday. Maybe to make up for all the yelling he did. Or maybe so his ghost could hold it over me. Just one more thing to feel like I owed for him. Anyway, they got their own trucks at the distillery, and now that the antique shop is closing up, I've got no use for that old truck. I was thinking you could take it. That's very generous, but I don't need a truck. You could drive it around while you figure out what's next. Hell, you could sleep in it if you need to. It's big enough. Well, just think about it anyway. You'd be doing me a favor, you know? One less thing to deal with. So I was still trying to, like, just get used to this. Visitors to the Echo River Nomadic River Bat Artificial Hibernaculum and Sanctuary are asked to take extra precautions in order to prevent the introduction of foreign fungal contaminants and the spread of white nose syndrome. Please do not visit the sanctuary during the same day in which you visited any cave known or suspected to host bats infected with white nose syndrome. Please do not leave your vehicle. If you must leave your vehicle, please remove shoes, clothes, jewelry, headwear, and eyeglasses to ensure you do not bring any foreign spores ashore with you. Please do not touch any bats or structures. The nomadic river bat is confused by light. If you are using a lantern or other artificial light source, be aware that it may attract and confuse bats. If you are approached by bats, do not panic. Relax. Stop your vehicle and switch off your light. Never touch a bat. So I'm still just having the weirdest time of trying to navigate all this. I think we're moving. That's really hard to tell. It's a very slow-paced game. I'm not sure where I'm like... This is so weirdly difficult. Ever talk with your mouth full? Bats do it all the time. Bats talk in extremely high frequency clicks too high for humans to hear. Then they use their powerful ears to scan for the echoes of these ultrasonic clicks. By comparing very subtle differences in the time these echoes take to come back, differences are just millionths of a second. Bats are able to picture their environment with enough accuracy to catch a flying insect. Once a bat has caught an insect in its mouth, it's still flying, and so it still needs to avoid running into anything, so bats keep clicking away, even while they munch on a tasty bug snack. It may be poor table manners, but it's crucial for surviving in the dark. I wonder how the other bats know whether one of them is really talking or just chasing a bug. Sometimes it's hard to know with people, too. Oh yeah, like how about this weather? Guess there are layers to it, right? Sometimes you just need to get the other person talking to you so you can check their body language or hear what their voice sounds like. Find out if they're friendly, or angry, or drunk. Damn, it's really dark down here. You still there? Oh, there you are. I hope it's you. I was just thinking about my ma. I guess because we were talking about your folks a minute ago. To be honest with you, I don't think about her that often. Your cousin brought her up earlier, and she's just been on my mind. It's good your folks have a memorial. A lot of people. Nobody remembers them when they're gone. You mean like your ma? Oh, no, she would have hated that. I don't know what I mean. The nomadic river bat's natural diet mostly consists of moths and other smaller insects that breed along the river. Here at the artificial hibernaculum and sanctuary, we use a combination of chemical snares and ultrasonic wards to repel all potentially contaminant-bearing insects, and replace them with our own locally bred and spawned hypoallergenic antiseptic pseudomoths, which we call the little gray nothing moth. You may be thinking that the other moths and insects the nomadic river bat would have been eating are very much relieved that their natural predator has found another food source. Not so. We've installed netting and highly effective moth traps along the river where the nomadic river bat normally hunts to balance their escape from the food chain. But eating moths isn't the only systemic contribution these bats make. They also produce a potent fertilizer in the form of guano that helps plant life thrive along the Echo River, the shore of Lake Lethe. In order to minimize the sanctuary's impact on subterranean agriculture, we collect that precious guano here at the hibernaculum and manually distribute throughout the caves. It's a full-time job. Sounds like a lot of work. It's all fake except for the bats. Yeah, I guess so. It reminds me of that guy Donald and his crew down there with the computer. Right, it is reassuring to know someone's taking care of everything for these little bats. Yeah, he's gonna build the people hibernaculum. Maybe we'll build it ourselves. Maybe we already did. Like the folks in the mine. You said they used to buy stuff. Fans, canaries, all those little trinkets to make it bearable. There's still a lot of stuff down there. It feels cluttered, but human. I just mean all people need is enough to pretend we're home, and we can make it anywhere. You get that kind of philosophical when you're drinking? Did anyone ever tell you that? Yeah, I guess I do. Nah, this is nothing. I used to have this drinking buddy who would get loaded and tell the weirdest damn riddles, like, which is more musical? A truck passing by a factory or a truck passing by a music school? Count your blessings. This is a terrible segment. I'm so sorry, y'all. This is a completely blind playthrough. White nose syndrome is still largely a mystery. We suspect that the white fungal growth which appears on bats' faces and wings irritates and confuses them, causing them to awaken early from hibernation and venture outside, depleting stored energy they need to survive through winter. But biologists are nowhere near curing the disease. It spreads quickly, and it is highly fatal. In this way, white nose syndrome has drawn some comparisons to colony collapse disorder, as suffered by bees. White nose syndrome and colony collapse disorder are sudden, violent, and mysterious. Will honeybees and the nomadic river bat be two more lost species, wiped out in a geological blink and forgotten to natural history? It's possible that a cure won't be identified in time, so the sanctity of this artificial hibernaculum is our best hope of preserving them. As you leave the Echo River Nomadic River Bat Hibernaculum and Sanctuary, please make sure your vehicle and clothing are free of hitchhikers. So I like to see where we are. Apparently if I'm moving the flashlight, it doesn't move the boat. Here we are, I think. Careful up there. Can't drive your new truck if you slip and break your legs. You too. Try not to make any more bad deals while I'm gone. I'll just be floating along down here. I just mean keep your eyes open, and don't look back. Could be bypassed with another capacitor at 100 nanofarads to reduce noise. If your circuit's too noisy, you should tie those floating pins to ground. Huh. That's a pretty good idea. They're probably picking up all kinds of radio interference. Dashiell Morse, pleased to meet you. We don't install this type of phone for customers anymore, but there are quite a few of them still in circulation. Anyway, the new system doesn't source enough current to ring these old bells, so I'm trying to come up with a workaround. Maybe a little box the customer could attach right before the wall jack. I'm a bit of a circuit geek myself. I bet. I mean, you seem very comfortable with electronics. Is this your first time down here? Yeah, I can tell. Your eyes can't quite adjust to the light. It takes some practice. Believe it or not, I've been coming here since I was a kid, for one reason or the next. Back then, this place was a train station. It's true. They had bats then, too, but they were considered a nuisance. A train station? What happened to it? Well, the river shifted, and this place slowly filled with water, carrying the trains away with the current. It does that, the river, and I don't begrudge it. It's a good reminder that everything we have is borrowed, even trains. Eventually, some of the Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces heard this place was still empty, so they moved the phone company in here. I returned here as a young lineman, a skill I picked up in wartime, running telephone wires behind enemy lines. We used trees instead of poles. I missed that, actually. They were easier to climb. It's just as well. I'm in no shape to be climbing anything these days. The closest I get is patching up the wiring in the crystal room for the WEVP folks. EVP, that's community television. I volunteered there for a number of years. I know everybody over there. Ralph, Sherry, Weaver, Dave. Weaver Marquez? Sure, Weaver Marquez. That's funny. I was just thinking about her. Yeah, I met her a couple times at the TV station. I suppose I didn't know her too well. She handled the archives, and I was helping with wiring and stuff. She really seemed to know her way around all that gear, though. She had a head for signals, I think. No idea where she ended up. I guess she's probably not too popular around the station anymore. But I always liked her. Listen, miss. If you're interested in WEVP, you should go talk to them directly. They're always looking for volunteers. Take the ferry over to the silo. There's a mail stop there. They don't have a sign or anything. Just ask around. I guess I'll get back to this damn old ringer. Poppy's just a little further down if you're dropping off that package. Nice chatting with you. Abel and Eloise, the lovers' couriers. Eloise, sorry. Bred for racing, Abel and Eloise spent most of their lives as carrier pigeons in the employ of the Echo River Avian Post. They retired here after Abel was disfigured in an accident with a light aircraft. But old habits were hard to die. Abel and Eloise would pick up scraps of paper from the ground. The trash, even pull them out of pockets, and deliver them to other people nearby, to delight or embarrass. Word spread, and travelers passing through this tunnel began to come prepared with love letters, poems, and other written desires to pass along indirectly through these pigeons. After a hard day's work, Abel and Eloise would always be found nestled closely together in a disused newspaper stand set aside for their habitation, and that's where we left them. Oh, hi. I remember you. What are you doing down here? I'm just exploring. I like dark underground places. I'm a romantic. Really? What does that mean to you? It means I like poems and rivers and mysteries. Okay, bye. There she is. Just set it right over there by the lamp, sweetie. Thanks. Actually, just a minute. Who does that parcel claim to be from? Consolidated Power Company. Oh dear, I'm afraid to open it. So who are you? Do you work for the post office or the tugboat? I only asked because I haven't seen you before. Was that you I heard chatting down the hall? Yeah, I just met Dashiell. He's been working on that obsolete ringer, isn't he? Poor Dashiell. You know, he's not really... He was let go a while back. A long while, actually. When they started restructuring, he was one of the first to go. But he talked them into letting him come every day and fiddle with some interminable project. He says it's to keep a long gap from growing in his resume. But I think he just has nothing better to do. One of those old men who needs to work, you know? Doesn't know how to be any other way. Well, there are no real jobs here, but there are fake jobs, I guess. It wasn't always like this. When I came to work at the Echo River Central Exchange, there are 12 of us. Loretta, Edna, Meg, Kara, Marie, Lois, Liz, Hester, Angie, Wilma, Connie. I was number 12. Connie and I were hired on the same day, but she showed up early. Marie finished college, and Hester was fired for snapping a rude collar. But he had it coming, and I hear she did just fine on her own. So they hired Beryl, Jana, and Sachiko, which brought us up to 13, and that was as many operators as we ever had here at one time. The power company came along, buying up all the lines, and one day they took the exchange as a throw-in. Like it was nothing. Nothing. They started phasing us out. Edna, Meg, Karen, Lois left one Friday evening, and were asked not to come back on Monday morning. Beryl saw the writing on the wall and quickly found employment at a private PBX. They had Janet and Liz stop routing calls and write up some kind of best practices document instead. It was their final task as exchange employees. Some of the girls were reassigned to other divisions. Connie, I think, was checking residential meters. Sachiko and Wilma were moved into energy sales, cold calling businesses to see if they needed to upgrade their electricity plan. At least they were still on the phone. Then it was just Loretta, Angie, and me. We were swamped. The hours were hell, and the hard on the throat. The voice with a smile became a croak. I was gargling warm salt water in the break room, sipping from a thermos full of hot honey broth stashed under my chair. Oh, I brought a lot of extended technique to the switchboard in those days. Sounded pretty good to me. Yeah, I'm impressed. So, where was I? It was just Loretta, Angie, and you. They were the smart ones. That's how they held on so long. They went into voice work, recording canned phrases for IVR systems and robocall pulling. I could never do that. So after a few months, it was just me. A new automation strategy was announced, and this place was rechristened Consolidated Auxiliary Switch Number 30. Are you lonely? Sure, this place feels different when it's empty, cold to the touch. And, really is all about touch here. Sound is a vibration, a touch you feel in your ear. So my voice is a touch. When we're talking, we're touching, even on the phone. That's an electric touch. An intimate little shock that makes your tiny hairs tremble. But that's not even what I mean when I say it's all about touch here. When the power company first tried automating this old exchange with fancy new transistor arrays, the switchboard caught fire. It's just too much, too fast. So they tried using some clunky old mechanical relays. But then the calls were getting mismatched and out of sync. It was a nightmare. Their technicians determined that the phone system down here had been designed ad hoc over decades around the specific tempo of its human operators. So, short of replacing the whole thing, not to mention all the wiring, they'd have to work out the exact timing of every little human gesture that goes into routing a phone call. And that officially is my role here. I run the switchboard for this whole exchange. Once the work of 12, I'd like to remind you. They have some kind of machine somewhere that tracks how long it takes me to do each little thing. The caller never hears my voice now. They dial. My little indicator lights switch on, and I make the connection. Do you miss talking to the callers? There's something that bothers me about the process, besides the fact that I'm training my replacement, who isn't even human. Here's what I mean. How long do you think it should take to time every move and recreate that timing in an automated switchboard? Rough estimate. At least a month. That's what I said. But this has been going on for over a year, and a very dark thought has started to nag at me. What if there is no cheap machine that's going to replace me? What if it's cheaper just to keep me here, filling in for the rhythm of the operators? What if I'm the cheap machine? Why don't you just quit? In this economy? No, you're probably right. Working in silence for peanut shells, waiting to be replaced by a robot? It doesn't sound very dignified, does it? The reality is that I've been working here for my whole adult life. I came here as a girl, and I'll leave as a middle-aged woman. Sorry. I don't know if I'm ready to be her yet. I sound like Dashiell. Oh, the parcel. Right over there by the lamp is fine. Thanks for dropping that off. Take care. Think of me when you dial 0. just went with him? She returned on the dinghy, alone. She had a strong and sudden urge to shut the motor off and let the current take her, but she couldn't work out where that impulse came from, so she did her best to resist it. She met a flower salesman on the raft. They floated alongside in buoyant pots, bobbing untethered. He corralled them with a long pole and a stream of small adjustments. She leaned out over the water to get a closer look. He'd just started work for the day, so his stock was full. He pushed a few bouquets her way. First was an elaborate bundle of pomegranates, arranged in the Roman style. He said it was for a particular kind of person. If it didn't remind her of anyone in particular, she'd better move on. Next, a delicate mixture of dandelions. He was feeling hopeful when he first designed it, but some customers found it distracted. Finally, an elaborate mixture of snapdragons, made to look domestic. He suggested it would make an appropriate apology bouquet. He drifted away with the current, pushing his flowers along with the raft. She met a guitar player pedaling a floating bicycle with his dog in tow. He said they took turns. The water was cold and the floating bicycle, while technically marvelous, wasn't quite buoyant enough for the both of them. Swimming is hard work. The hardest work that Dog had ever done, he expected. They had been traveling this way for most of the night, struggling through the icy water, stopping to recover when they could find a rock large enough to start a small campfire. He had his belongings stuffed into a weathered guitar case at the end of a thin rope. It floated pretty well, so he only had to keep an eye on it and occasionally free it from a rock or some driftwood it was caught on. She asked if he had a guitar in his case, or just clothes. He would have played her something, but the case leaked a bit, and he didn't think it would sound right until it had time to dry out. She met a painter of shipwrecks. He never worked from photographs, so his paintings could be divided into two categories. There are the ones he painted from life, and the Echo River was a very good source for these because its currents were so unpredictable and the tunnels so dark. He rendered these in oil paint, by lamplight, working for hours cross-legged on the porch of his houseboat/studio. Then there were the ones he painted from memory, mostly the memory of a single wreck he encountered as a much younger man, picking up litter where the coastal highway cleaves to the rocky beaches of Northern California. These were done in watercolor. He preferred to work on them in the morning, in a room he rented near the airport in Louisville. He had some postcard-sized sketches in charcoal, too, of the Iron Pariah. It wasn't a wreck, exactly, but it felt right. He tried to scribble one down every time he encountered it, though. It was so unpredictable. He was so focused on details. He usually just ended up with a handful of inscrutable marks. She gave in, shut off the motor, and floated for a while. Then she knew what she'd been craving. A moment of silence. Sam and Ida's. Hello out there. Headed up or down? I'm just looking for the crew of the Mucky Mammoth. Yes, ma'am. They stop here every morning. Expect they're upstairs now, and I just got the coffee going. Could use a cup myself. It's cold down there. Well, head on upstairs and she'll take care of you. I'll be along in a minute. This is so awkward. Finally. I could see it, but she just wasn't going up it. Just in time. We've already finished eating, but we're about to place a to-go order for Clara. She's back on board getting ready for her show. Take a look at the menu. I'm sure there's something you'll like. Ida is a bit of a local celebrity, for her cooking, I mean. Hey, Ezra, was just asking about you. He's around the corner playing a video game. Maybe go let him know you two are back. Or... where's the old man anyway? Aw, bad luck. You'll get it next time. Hey, got a quarter? He's almost got this. It's true. Sure, I have 1 quarter. Thank you. So, where's... They took him. Damn. Yeah, he really got himself in a situation there. Yeah, I'm gonna go sit down. Cool. The food is good here. I think everyone else is finishing up, but you could probably get something to go. Alright, Claw Maestro, let's give it another shot. So let's see what's on the top of the pile here. There's a stuffed octopus, a plastic bag full of clamshells, a cowboy hat, and some big headphones. The octopus has a leg wrapped around the boombox underneath it. The shells are pretty clear, but I don't know if the claw can really grip the bag well. The cowboy hat is in the corner, so it's kind of tricky to tell if it's wedged in or not. Those headphones might be a good bet, but I can't see the cord. Could be wrapped around something. What are you going to try for? I want the cowboy hat. Sounds good. Hope we can get the claw back far enough to get a grip on it. Okay, when I put this quarter in, you'll have about 8 seconds to grab your prize. The hat is in the back right corner. Let me know if you need help lining it up. I've got a slightly different view of the field from up here. Ready? Here we go. The claw hovers in the front left corner of the machine. It grabs the hat. No. Sorry, kid. That hat would have looked good on you, too. But I guess it's just too far back in that corner. Hey, listen. Sounds like that old man you were following around, I guess he had to leave. Is he coming back? Well, probably not. He's got himself on a trajectory, you know? Anyway, I don't know what kind of plans you have now. If you need help with figuring out your next move, you can always talk to me and Miss Junebug. Just want to make sure you know that. Can I keep going with you? Hey, I've got no objection. We have a pretty ad hoc thing going on, me and Junebug. Have to talk to her, but I bet you're welcome to tag along for a while, if you're into it. Hey, maybe we still have time to poke around this place a little. They have some pretty wild stuff in here. Hey, did you see this? The to keep a table full of fake food over here. I've never known why. Actually, I think it might be real food coated with shellac or something. Preserved. Oh, and look, this tentacle-looking thing is half eaten. This is someone's meal that they didn't finish? Tentacle? Gross. Man, I don't know. Some people really like that stuff. I had some fried calamari once at a gas station. It was pretty good, but I stripped a gear trying to chew the beak. They're supposed to take that out. Sam and Ida preserved this half-eaten meal. It must have been pretty important to them, right? Maybe it belonged to someone they care about. Like a beloved uncle had a mid-meal stroke. So they kept it in his memory. Yeah, like these sunflower seeds my folks left behind. Oh, I'm sure your folks are fine, though. Are you worried about them? Yes, it's weird that they just disappeared. Yeah, listen, that's okay to be worried. You're doing fine. Weird. Somebody thought it was his truck and delivery and all. It was. That's what she's saying. But he gave it to her before they took him away. But you're going to deliver anyway? Why? Somebody's waiting for those antiques. Have you got a name or just an address? Maybe it doesn't matter. Even having discharged all that whatever it is onto the lawn, I'm sure you'd still have fulfilled your friend's obligation. Johnny and I will help you unload when we get there. Lift with your legs, Cricket. Yes, ma'am. So, how was everything? How was the sweet cave snail? Devastating. You're a killer, Ida. Well, I can't take all the credit. Sam came across a whole cave snail colony down there about a year back, and we've been leaving rock candy for them to gorge on since. We just started harvesting earlier this month. Yes, it's all about patience down here. Everything grows more slowly in the dark. There's a fish in Lake Lethe that lives to 200 years, and its flavor profile only develops at about 75. I've got a pot of bones in there that's been stewing for at least a week. I don't even remember why I put them on. Come to think of it, I don't even remember what kind of bones they are. We need one for the road. Claire said she wanted, something primordial, she said. What does that mean? She must have meant something from very deep in the lake. Ah, could be. Here, you pick. I'm no good at this. Sweetwater cuttlefish spread. Good choice. Your friend will love it. I'll have that right out, sweetie. Ezra leans over the table and carefully examines the preserved food and drink. He runs his finger along a grayish claw. The surface of the claw is completely smooth. And what? That was the small one. Very symmetrical. Sorry I startled you, sweetie. Whose food is this? This is the diver's table, and this was the diver's meal. This food is about 15 years old. It's true. Things were different then. Nobody came to eat here. We were fighting just to keep the lights on. Sam, my husband Sam, was depressed. He couldn't catch anything. That was part of the problem. Most of what we served was shipped in frozen or dried, and I just threw it in the fryer. We've both come a long way since then. Well, 2 young men came in for dinner. Seasoned divers, they said. Over 10,000 hours between them in Lake Lethe alone. They'd been out all day salvaging parts from a riverboat wreck, and had worked up a fierce hunger, they said. They ordered the whole menu without even looking. It was a short menu in those days. I sat them right here and went back to the kitchen. Sam was at the next table doing a Sudoku and drinking malt liquor, his usual routine at the time. An hour later, I was cleaning up when Sam came bursting into the kitchen. Ida, he said, kind of frantic, these divers are still hungry. Bring them another course. And I said, they already ordered the whole menu. Sam said, make something new. Keep making up dishes, whatever. Just keep bringing out food. So I did until the small hours of the morning. I made up so many new dishes that night. I could write a book. And it was good. Inspired. But I was working so hot and fast at the burning edge of inspiration, I didn't think to write any of it down. And I was so wrecked with exhaustion the next day, I knew I couldn't remember what all I'd done in the kitchen. Sam thought we could take a photograph of the leftovers, but we couldn't get the lighting right, so we just shellacked the whole table. Now when I need inspiration for the menu, I'll come and look here and think about all these ingenious dishes I threw together for those divers. Of course, they didn't pay their full bill. I heard one of them complaining to the other. Let's just pay half and let them charge the other half to whatever demon in the kitchen kept making up food faster than we could ask for it. But it all worked out. Things have really turned around since then. This place is pretty popular now. The success in our expanded menu inspired Sam, too. He started bringing back the most magnificent ingredients from his nightly dives. I better get to work. Stay right here, sweetie, and I'll bring you a treat on my way back out. Well, buddy, I guess you're the catch of the day. The one and only. So, what are you? You look like, well, some kind of eel, I guess. Kind of a mopey little guy, huh? Yeah, I can see it in your eyes. You smell like an old friend of mine. Strangely warm to the touch. Now, how do you pull that off? I think I'll call you Cold Gray Eel. Welcome to Salmonitis, the one and only Cold Gray Eel. Hope you enjoy your stay. I mean, not too much. Have you ever seen a creature like me before? You're pretty far down there. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm the first, except there were 2 divers who went before me long ago. Maybe that was before your time. How old are you anyway, I wonder? They ate here once, back in the bad old days. 2 young guys. Could have been brothers, maybe. I was over in the corner with my coffee and crossword. Hadn't been able to catch a thing, so I'd just fried up something from Frozen. Well, these guys were hungry enough to eat it, and ask for more, and they did at least as much talking as eating. See, like I said, they were divers, and like I said, they might have been brothers. They had a kind of a rivalry going between them or something. I was about to write up their check, but I slipped calmly and quietly into the kitchen for a minute, and told her to just keep bringing out food. I figured they wouldn't notice, caught up on their boasting as they were, and I wanted to listen. They went back and forth for hours about all the deep and dangerous dives they'd been on, new tunnels they discovered, all the weird creatures they'd encountered at the weirdest depths of Lake Lethe. It was like a dance. No, like a boxing match. Each story went deeper than the last. And I listened to every word of it, memorized every description of every tunnel and diving route they discovered. That's my map now, you see? I've been using routes those 2 young divers discussed right there at that table. Yeah, I could write a guidebook to the depths of this lake. But I don't dare. Someone would steal my good diving spots, and then where would we be? See, people come here from all over just to try our daily catch, because they know it's unique. Ain't you proud? Since I can't write any of it down, I just preserved that table where they had their meal so I can look at it, jog my memory, like they were eating pickled crab when they talked about that shipwreck full of salamanders. Pretty clever, huh? It's my own secret code. Well, I'll be straight with you, Cold Gray Eel. There is one feature of this arrangement that I find unsettling. In fact, I lose a decent amount of sleep over it. I told you those boys were competing, right? One-upping each other, I mean. Each getting wilder and more adventurous as they traded tales. Well, I navigate mostly in the dark down there, just going by touch and a kind of mental picture I can construct from their detailed boasts. And every time I explore a new diving spot from those recollections, I have to weigh it all against the risk that I'm headed right into a dangerous falsehood. One of those men could have felt for a moment like he was losing some ground in their little duel, so he could have slipped a fake one in there. Maybe told a fib about some dive he went on and found a colony of blind shrimp living in a discarded refrigerator. And when I get down there, my diving bell cracks open on a sharp rock where he said that fridge would be. And that's the end of Salmonitis. To be honest, that possibility puts the fear of death in me every time I touch water. Hey, Sam, good haul tonight? We'll see what she can make of it. Yeah, pretty good, I think. I had some trouble down by the narrow tunnel. Some kind of fast-growing freshwater barnacles just about sealed it up. Picked away for a half an hour before I gave up and went around the other way. I got the catch of the day. That's the important part. That's what people travel for. What's the catch today? This here's a cold gray eel. Mopey, warm old eel. I don't know how she'll fix him, but that warm quality ought to do something for what do they call it? Mouthfeel? Will you stay for a drink? I've got a dark rum that goes well with coffee. I think we're about to leave, but thanks. Just passing through. Hey, aren't we all? Oh, she's got your food ready. You all enjoy your meal, all right?
This world is not my home. I'm just passing through. My treasures and my hopes are placed beyond the blue. Many friends and kin have gone on before, and I can't feel at home in this world anymore. Oh Lord, you know I have no friend like you. If
Sorry, just we've been at this so long already. Should be reaching the end though. See that? Just looks like a swirling mess of garbage, doesn't it? Well, that's what it is. I don't know why trash seems to collect right there, of all the spots on the lake. It's always been that way. Everyone just navigates around it like it wasn't on an island or something. Look closely. You can see some wood scraps from the old canoe rental shop. Gemini Canoe and Firewood. The place is run by twin sisters, Cassie and Paula, I think. This was years ago. They used to rent out canoes to tourists, campers, pilgrims, folks like that. They must have had some kind of deal with the distillery. You'd always see a couple of Hard Times boys posted up on the dock, peddling small bottles to their customers. Cassie and Paula worked those old canoes to death, wrung every penny out of them. They'd only take one out of commission when it was truly, demonstrably dangerous. And you couldn't get a refund unless your boat was visibly taking on water. The side business in Firewood was a stroke of minor genius. Yeah, this cluttered place makes a decent local museum. It's as good a history as I could ever tell. We arrived at a small houseboat neighborhood that sometimes hosted concerts for the pleasure of its residents, where Claire was scheduled that night to perform.
house and walking down a dirt road. This.
Sorry. Oh. I remember this. I told you. Yeah, don't have to say it. Only because it's always true. She played at the flower shop Cyrano opened. He was having trouble with his tape machine, so he just droned out on the lap steel. Got really into it. And he went on for, like, forever. Everyone was falling asleep. Not everyone. I remember the air was warm, perfumed. You were playing with some petals you found on the floor, and I was looking at the ceiling. I remember the ceiling was glass. During the week, that room was a greenhouse. I don't know where they put all the plants when they had bands, and maybe outside. The weather was nice. It was nice that night. Warm, smelled like spring. I remember the folding chairs, some comfortable, but I guess it was their only option. They had to pack everything up during the week so there'd be room to display the flowers. Wow, look at Ezra. He's wrapped. Yeah, he's really into it. So, we were talking about him early at the gas station? Sure, I haven't forgotten, Cricket. Cool, yeah, I know. Any, what do you think about Ezra traveling with us for a while? We were in the back. Kind of looking around, people watching. I remember a girl playing a video game. She was really getting into it. The sound was leaking out of her cheap headphones a bit, mingling with Cyrano's drone, and you thought you recognized the music. I remember it was a driving game. Couldn't see the screen directly, but it was reflected in her glasses. Also, she was sharply rocking back and forth, hugging corners, I guess, and sometimes she'd sort of jet one of her shoulders forward like she was drifting. I would have been content just to sit in that folding chair and drift on Cyrano's lap steel sound waves. But you were feeling restless, so we went for a walk. If I sound hesitant or something, it's just... When we met, you were nothing. Just these little gray shadows. And we grew and filled in, and... But we did all that together. Ezra, sure, he's just a kid. But he's already a person. What would that do to our system, our chemistry? We stepped outside into the warm night air. There was a horse tied up in the parking lot. He wanted to go find him some food. We wandered between some low houses and came out onto an empty street. Hey, I got the masters for the new record back from Laser. They're okay, but What? You listened to them without me? Here at the pet shop. Didn't think I could tear you free. Oh, okay. Anyway, there are a few spots where the strings distorted a little, and the whole thing has way too much reverb. But overall it sounds pretty good. The new drum machine fits right into the mix. Nice. The only question is how to do it live. I can't control the drum machine and sing and dance at the same time, and you've got your hands full of guitar. There's a playground across the street. We stepped into a 24-hour convenience store. I remember the radio was playing some old Patsy Cline, right? Or was it Connie Smith? The clerk was reading one of those conspiracy/celebrity gossip/Bigfoot sighting newspapers. I bought a small bag of carrots for the horse. The horse ate the carrots slowly and glumly. They're beautiful animals, horses, everyone seems to agree. I think it's because they always look so sad. I got back to the greenhouse just as Clara was tuning up. She relaxed her shoulders, took a deep breath, raised both hands into their precise positions, and the room started shaking. Clara hit a note that made the glass rattle in sympathy, a perfect 2 octaves lower. She looked like a sorceress tearing down the building with an effortless wave, an incredible focus, coaxing the empty air into some kind of moaning, rattling demon. That's the thing about the theremin. It's the only instrument you never touch. You could see a wave of concern propagating through the greenhouse. People looking up at the trembling glass ceiling, looking at each other to see if anyone else was worried, trying to catch Clara's eye and discern if she was doing it on purpose or not. She were really trying to bury us all in glass. I'm just saying, maybe we could use a third pair of hands up there. Oh. Oh! Think you could teach that kid to play a drum machine? Ma'am, I could teach a dog to play a drum machine. Well, that'll be our backup plan. It was a tense 5 minutes. We, the audience, alternated between fearing for our lives and lamenting hers that could have given her the kind of emotional experience to play this devastating song. Then slowly, gently, Clara's hands came to rest. The theremin went quiet, the glass stopped rattling, and the room relaxed, unharmed. Oh god, this is so long. 3 hours. I wasn't expecting this one to be so long. I met a photographer once. I mean, one in particular. She even took my portrait. I can't imagine why. She said it would immortalize me. That was a metaphor, of course. She meant I'd never be forgotten. As she was disembarking, not far from here actually, the film fell out of her bag and was borne away by the current. I was working on deck at the time. She shot me a sad, apologetic glance, but I wasn't bothered. It's no shame to be forgotten. Silo of Late Reflections. What's this place like? Dogwood Drive. It's in a small town, or? I really don't know. I've got the manifest the old man had in his truck here. Lisette's Antiques. Mail order delivery. No return address. Shipping address 5 Dogwood Drive. Packing list. And then it's just numbers. Guess the inventory numbers of the antiques he was supposed to be delivering. Anyway, I'm glad you're coming with us. Yes, I am always eager to see more of the country, and I enjoy the company. I will have to find a bus or a train to get on to Nashville by evening. Well, they have buses everywhere, right? Or, hey, I could drive you to Nashville. Seems I have a truck now, only... How are we going to get up these stairs? That's quite a staircase. Is there another route, a tunnel or something? No way out but up. I guess we could wait for the mammoth to come back around and take us a little further down. But that won't be until late afternoon. Looks like we're making the rest of this trip on foot. Is it safe to just leave the truck here? Sure. I don't think anyone but us could get it started again. Alright, Cricket, let's get this delivery packed and tied into bundles. We're hiking it upstairs. What's in there? Antiques, I guess. Antiques? Yeah, antiques are... It's like junk, but people will pay for it. Oh. Sorry, I guess you'll be taking the bus after all. It's okay. It will be an adventure. Tired? Don't worry, lady, we're almost there. End of Act 4. Alright. I'm hoping this isn't too long. Un pueblo de nada. I'm not late, am I? This must be our guest. Oh, hi! You must be, Oh, sorry, I'm Maya. Right, the traveling artist. Welcome. I'm Emily. I, work here. Emily, so she was one of the board game players. Great. Rita says you're the producer? Oh, did she? I guess so. I do a little bit of everything. Yeah, I know the feeling. You weren't around earlier at the lunch thing? No, I don't live in town. I just come to work on the station. Really? That's quite a hike, isn't it? I know some shortcuts. Oh, okay. I better get started. You look busy. No, it's okay. I think we're about ready to start the broadcast. Oh, should I go sit down? Not just yet. Rita does a little intro. Got it. Okay. Quite a crowd in here. Really? There's like 7 or 8 of us, I think. Yeah, well, for this town, I've barely seen anyone all day. Oh yeah, ghost town. Yeah, kind of. Okay, I'll check if Rita's ready. You can just hang out back here somewhere. We'll let you know when it's time to come on set. Great. Thanks for having me. You too. I mean, you know what I mean. Why am I so awkward with visitors here? Just used to seeing the same 12 people day in and day out, I guess. Then I'm Bob working on a project. Found that radio in the woods a week or 2 ago. Cleaned the circuits with rubbing alcohol and left it in the sun. Seemed like it was working okay again, so why are they taking it apart? Hope the neighbors are okay. At least the floor is stained dry. My left boot has a hole. Looks like I just made it before the sky broke open. If it gets any worse, we might be stuck in town tonight. Oh right, Cyrano's here to help with the weather report. That should be cool. Elmo gets a lot more into it when he has some noise to vibe on. It used to be on the other side of the room, and the couch was in this corner. We moved it here where the ceiling is least leaky. It's further from the windows too, so sunlight doesn't bleach the labels. So much of archiving it is just plain hide and seek with weather. Slow-mo crew, keeping an eye on the control board. Keep up the good work, Mo. Oh, James left the patch wired up on the image processor. Nice. Maybe there'll be time to play with it after the show. Okay, ready when you are. How does it look outside? Gross. Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. Saturn is in retrograde. What does that even mean? Yep. Thinking I'll let up? I guess we'll see what Elmo says. My poor tomatoes. Okay, in 3, 2... Hi, it's Rita. This is your evening broadcast, 8192. Wow, it's really raining out there. Damn, I can hear it from here. We have a few leaks, but put some pots and bowls underneath them. Thanks, Ron, for lending us your extra pots and bowls. I hope you had a good day despite the weather. Although it was really nice earlier, right? I had a good day, too. Good day today. I met a new friend. She's going to join us in about a minute or so. Maybe you saw her earlier around lunch. Or if you didn't meet her, then you'll meet her in a minute. Or if you met her already, but you still want to hang out, I'm sure there's plenty that we can talk about. Wow, so this is 8192. Is that right, Emily? What is she talking about? That's a lot of broadcasts. I came in from around the 5s, so I've only been around for half of them. And back then, in the 5s, let's see, I did Night Noise, and we had the Swap Show, and the Bird Show, and people were just coming in and dropping off tapes all the time, and now, well, now it's just the evening broadcast. But it's not like, I'm not saying we're in decline or anything like that. I love the evening broadcast. I think it was the first show we had on here. It was the first show not produced by the power company. It was the first community show, yeah. Those hypnotic fuzzy old tapes about safe wiring. There are a few power company training videos that ran before, but those don't count. Yeah, so it's the spine of the station. Or maybe it's the heart? Or is it the skin? What part of the WEVP body do you think this is? Why don't you come on by and tell us about it? We're going to be here for another 30 minutes or so. Or if you don't want to brave the storm, you can always give us a call. Same number as always, 270-216-5556. Okay, so we're going to start with the tape. This is an old one. It's one of mine, but maybe you haven't seen it. Or if you've seen it, it's been a while, so maybe you've forgotten. Shit. What? She asked me to queue up her tape. Un pueblo de nada. Where is it? I don't know. It's probably still shelved. I'll find it. This tape should be on a shelf back here. It is alphabetical. keep everything here organized for long. Should put this all in chronological order. I guess it's hard to remember sometimes the order of things. Some of these tapes were made at the same time, or we started one video and then started another in the middle and then came back later and all the time was out of joint. It's like sweeping a beach. Wait a minute. One second. Gross stamp. Mouth bottom. Favorite tires, that's English. This is Favorite birds, also English. The zone, that's in Japanese. Fiesta Salvaje, getting warmer. And Pueblo de Nada. What would you all do without me? You okay there? I can't read his tape now. Here you go, Mo. Hold off on playing this until Rita's done setting it up. Thanks, babe. Some people that lived here a long time ago, before the company town, before the airstrip, like over 100 years ago. Okay, so I hope you enjoy it. Ready, Emily? What Maya thinks of the dock.
Pero ninguno de los que llegaron aquí habían vivido en América Central. La comunidad se reconstruyó a sí misma, persona por persona, en los años.
This is cool. Have you seen it before? Is she being genuine right now? Just making small talk? Honestly, it makes me kind of sleepy. I know what you mean. I used to date a filmmaker. He worked in a similar style. Slideshow Gothic. He did stuff for the History Channel, like early dry shows about war, the banality of the trenches. It's not a bad way to learn about history, though. She did a lot of research for this tape. The People of Nothing. We still have a few of those worn-out notebooks they left. I guess that guy from the university took the rest. What did he say he was working on? Oh, right. The Archive of Utopian Thought. Some big preservation project, I guess. So now the People of Nothing are on a shelf somewhere, and here on this tape. It is history, right? Or is it just a story? Seems kind of sad now. Guess it's kind of a memorial. Those are always sad. A memorial to the people who used to live here. Or is there even a difference? Although, now the tape is just here on a shelf. Every once in a while we dust it off and it shuffles around the airwaves again like an old dog. Sorry, did I say something wrong? Oh, no. I'm sorry, I just have some weird shit going on in my head tonight. You know what I mean? Sure, it's okay. Sorry, I spaced out. Don't worry about it. You should. Oh, should I go sit? Yeah, it's almost over. So, where are you staying tonight? Here in town? Oh, good. Yeah. Even before the storm came in, I thought it'd be nice to get some rest before the long hike back to the highway. Ron offered his loft? What? He said I could sleep in his loft. Oh, honey, he's talking about his barn. Ron, nobody wants to sleep in your barn. It's not haunted. But it is haunted. Bob got some pretty clear voices there on his tape recorder. He wanted to have a seance, but couldn't round up enough brave souls to go all the way around the table. You'll stay at my place. Oh, thanks. Oh, Ron. Do you need anything? Actually, do you have an extra toothbrush? It'd be nice to sleep under the stars. I think I do, actually, yeah. Oh my god, I've been in the woods, you know. Right. I actually used a twig this morning. I kind of chewed up one end. No stars tonight, though. I've done that. Really? I'm disappointed. I thought I invented it. Even better, you can find some pine needles. It really freshens your breath. I mean, it's not perfect. Wow, that's roughing it. Just close your eyes and pretend, I guess. Right, exactly. And even then, it's just not the same as real toothpaste. Do they know we're rolling? Emily waves to Rita. Oh, okay. Hi, so I hope you enjoyed that video. Like I said, that was from, like, several years old. I can't remember exactly. I enjoyed it very much. Oh, thank you, Maya. What's next? I brought in a tape. Oh, okay. You good? All queued up. I'm gonna check on the boys. What the hell are they doing? Ben and Bob are seated on the couch, poking electronic innards of a radio. So they won't mute while it scans between stations. Okay, because that's where they live, right? No, you just want that constant static noise. Right. Noise, that's where they live. They don't live anywhere, dude. They're ghosts. Okay, why does it matter where you tune the radio? It's like soil in your garden. You need rich soil, right? Mashed up rotted leaves and stuff, like compost. Oh, hey, how's the show? What the hell are they doing? What are they doing to that poor radio? Working on a new ghost box. This guy Frank wrote about it in his newsletter. The Paranormal Periodical. No, that's Sylvia's. Frank's is the Ghost Gazette. The radio crackles as it scans rapidly across the spectrum. Snippets of voices mix with colored noise and unfamiliar interference patterns. Did you hear that? That was definitely a voice from beyond the grave. Sounded like, I clearly heard dogwood in there. Yeah, kinda. Sounded more like frogwood to me. What the hell is frogwood? Man, I don't tell the ghost what to say. Did you hear that, Emily? Must have been dogwood. Dogwood, of course. I guess it doesn't matter. The ghost voices don't really come out until you play back the recording later. They only exist in recordings, like a copy without an original, a mirror reflecting something that isn't in the room. Weird. Like a vampire. Wait, no, that's backwards. A vampire has no reflection. Yeah, vampires are pretty mundane by comparison. They're just a mashup of some creepy things we already knew about. Cannibalism, hypnotism, mist, bats. Yeah, I see bats every night. Bats aren't weird at all. Ghosts, though? We need a whole new framework to think about ghosts. So the ghosts speak, we can't hear it. The tape recorder can hear it. Is that right? I don't know. Sometimes I think it's more like the recording itself is a ghost. Like, that's what ghosts are. Recording of events that didn't happen. When something keeps leaving new marks even after it's gone. False memories. It's Ron's big moment. So, okay, Ron, anything that you want to tell us about that tape? Everything on that tape was wild. Really? Everything? Wild stuff indeed. Even the horses. Everything on that tape was wild. I used to tell everyone about this donut shop in Sonora. Donut party. Told everyone they had amazing crawlers. Trying to convince them to stop there with me anytime we were in the area. But the reason it stuck in my head was the name. I just thought it was funny. Were the horses wild? I thought those were the horses here. Oh, the neighbors? We call the horses here the neighbors. No, I didn't recognize that. One morning, on our way back after a late gig, just as the sun was coming up, Ben and Bob and I found ourselves on 65 by the Sonora exit at prime donut eating hours, so we stopped by. I don't think there are any wild horses anymore. Really? How could that be? Oh, well, they've all been domesticated. Are the neighbors domesticated? We don't own them, no. They're, feral? It wasn't called Donut Party. It was just called Donuts. I said I thought they changed the name, but why? And then I noticed there was a party supply store across the street. The donuts weren't even very good. But the weird part is, I still fantasize about stopping by the real donut party some morning and having one of those amazing crullers. In fact, the desire has only grown more intense. Oh, right, in your documentary, you said that the people who used to live here had freed their horses. Exactly, but you can free your pet cat, but it won't turn back into a panther. Right. That's a kind of haunting, a kind of ghost, like Ben was saying. But everything is a ghost around here these days. It's a ghost town, with people still living in it, against all reason. Despite all the pain of this town's history, the Pueblo de Nada vanished. The airstrip went bankrupt. The company town buckled under guilt and exploitation. Even the first people here, all we have left of them is their graves. What about the dogs? Ron, was the dog wild? Everything on that tape was wild. I just hope our ending isn't so dramatic. Maybe we can just decline peacefully into irrelevance, and then one day stop, completely unnoticed. That sounds nice. It didn't look wild to me. I guess it's a matter of perspective. I'm not sure I agree, but now it's time for the weather. Thanks again, Ron. We're hanging on long past our expiration date. Well, the weather should be pretty wild. I can hear it for myself right now. Yeah, getting pretty intense out there. Do you get storms like this a lot? More and more. Right, of course. And then, of course, there's the actual ghost. Alright, here's Elmo with the weather report, and lucky us, we also have Cyrano Cole, who stopped by to add some drama. Musically, I hear he's going to be at the Rum Colony later tonight if you need a cocktail after the show. So let's get live to Elmo for the weather report. Oh, is Elmo ready? I should make sure the camera's pointing in the right direction. I could write up my lyrics in slides and kind of performatively project them. Not the psychedelic liquid by light stuff, necessarily. Where do you get your supplies, Elmo? Ben has a guy and... Oh, wait, you mean the projection stuff? I may have ordered these candle dyes. This other stuff is just mineral oil. Like you can get at the drugstore. Projector? Sound we just left it here, man. Incredible. Actually, it was that girl who does the pirate video stuff. You know, jamming our signal? Weaver. Yeah, our resident ghost. Ghost, huh? You really think she's dead? Doesn't matter? Of course it matters. You can't leave a ghost behind until you die, right? Well, that's one way to do it. Have you ever missed someone so bad you felt like they were haunting you? Or been in a relationship with someone where it feels like their ex-lover is always in the room? I see what you mean. Hey, think she'll get us tonight? It's about time, right? He's right, we're about due. Plus, Saturn's in retrograde. So I hear, not that she keeps a strict schedule. It's never longer than a month or two between. Now, what does Mimi call them? I know they're bad for the general vibe around here, but can I be honest? Emily nods in mock gravity. kinda like it when she busts in and takes over our signal. It's like a log falling on the road. Reminds you that this all used to be trees. Interventions. That's what Mimi calls it. It's been going on for a couple of years now. Her performances were cool, though. I never saw her, perform, but I heard about it. Oh yeah, I saw her do it a few times. I was into it. That first time she jammed our signal and showed up in our broadcast, I didn't know who she was. She'd already disappeared when I came in and took over her old job. She did lectures, right? Yeah, you could say that. I thought of them as storytelling sessions. She talked for hours and shuffled through slide after slide of shapes, numbers, weird constellations. Who knows what any of it meant? Everyone was so excited and confused and scared a little. On the defensive. They still are. And this was her projector. Right, I don't know where she got it, though. Still works really well. Got a spare bulb at a resale shop, but I haven't had to use it yet. Strange. I never think of what she's doing as hostile, really. Sounds like Elmo has the same impression. What happened to the rest of her stuff? I bet her slides are still here in the studio. And with the posters, Sherry has all Weaver's old notebooks. I know that. She keeps them in her archive, you know, the big blue filing cabinet. With the daisies painted on. Yeah. Anyway, the really hard part to find is these two pieces of glass. They have to be paired very precisely. I had to get these from the clock store over in Glasgow. That's where they come from. Clock faces. Thanks for the tips, dude. Anytime, dude. Talk to you, Rita. Thanks, Almon Cyrno. So, next we have a selection from the video databank. You're gonna like this one, Maya. This one's about caves. Ooh. Yeah, local caves. We play this one a lot. It's pretty cool. Oh, but we have a phone call. Should we get it now or should we wait? We'll get it now, okay? Hello, WEVP. know Weaver? Oh, really? Do you ever see her lectures? Sounds amazing. I would like to see that. Make her sound so normal. Talk to anyone else and it's like she had a second head. One of our little mysteries, like the out-of-towner. Oh, really? Did you know him well? Wow. I had no idea. It was terrible what happened to him. Right. Justice someday. What a waste. Sad. Well, have fun. I'm gonna see if Jeff is done. Shit, the line's dead. Things are such a mess up here. Hello? Was that the storm, or was it the damn phone lines? Man, they're really flaky. Ugh, business as usual. He was a really soothing voice. That's Jeff. He's a regular caller. He's asleep. Ron fell asleep. Oh, well, let him sleep. Okay, well, let's play the tape. This is Cavyard. It's a classic around here. I'm excited. Looks like Mo's got this one all queued up. Way to go, Mo. I should let Ma enjoy the tape. So, if Weaver is a ghost, there's some agreed-upon definition of mechanics. That means WEVP-TV is haunted. Should I be doing something about that? Aren't we supposed to, like, have an exorcism or something? I mean, you can't just leave a place haunted. That would be negligence. I miss her, though. Guess there are good ghosts and bad ghosts. Like spiders. Good in the garden, bad in the shower. What the hell? What was that? I'll check it out. Yikes, should we go help? Oh no, the tape is over. What did you think? That was great. Yeah, I like that one. That sounded pretty close. Oh no, is the power out or just the lights? I don't know, I'll take a look. Maybe a fuse blew on a relay or something. Some scared rat chewed a wire. Abandoned ship! Just kidding! Guess I'll take a look around and see if anything's smoking. There's no vacation to Ghost Town. How dark it is in here. Are you holding up? No, you hate the dark. Gosh, she's soaked. Are you having trouble with... Oh, I spoke too soon. Thought your power was out. Yeah, it just came back on. Weird. Good though. You made it in this storm. I never miss the evening broadcast. To be honest, it's the only time I get to share my work. I wonder how many people even tune in at this point. She's just reading her poetry to us here in the studio. Sure, of course. It's great. It's boring out there. I think you have some paper towels over by the set. Oh, thank you. Well, ready to go? Ready. Did you fix it? Just came back on its own. Just take a second for the equipment to warm back up and we'll be on the air again. Spooky. It's a disaster out here. The neighbor's barn is basically underwater. The house is just completely flooded. I passed Ron on the way in. He's going to take a look and see if there's anything he can do. Will they be okay? Ron knows what he's doing. He used to be a firefighter. It's a little bit different though, right? I guess. Oh, thanks. I brought my work. Oh, good. Nikki reads her poetry. It's a weekly feature of our broadcast. Oh, great. I look forward to hearing it. Yeah, I just hope that we can keep going. We lost power a little while before, right? Better get started then. To the out-of-towner. What eagle flew you to your final bed? It was not men who brought you there to sleep. The men who left you bloodied then and fled had chosen light in muddy-watered creek. The wild turkeys gobble, doped with care, and wipe the moss beneath your eyelids clear. The cardinals pull the twigs up from your hair, and wash your hands and feet, and trim your beard. When wood ducks dressed you in your resting gown, and pigeons fashioned shoes from leaves and bark, who then sewed flowers into a burial crown, the one who made your headdress was a hawk. The men who broke your body, where were they? The vultures stayed home on your funeral day. Emily, look at the monitor. Dude, be quiet. We're live right now. No, we're not. Look. And there she is. Elma was right. What's wrong? It's her, Weaver. Oh, really? Tonight? Sorry about this, Maya. What's going on? Local prankster. She jams her signal every once in a while, whenever the stars align. Prankster? Not the word I would use. Damn, so what do you do about it? Just wait until she's done. I've never been able to stop her from jamming us. We don't even know how she does it. We should be back on in a minute, though. Don't worry. Okay, alright, the next live stream will be the last. I am so sorry that this one is long and kind of dull. But I do appreciate you all for watching. Do take care of yourselves, and I will be streaming Act 5 tomorrow.